Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
I'm staying in the race.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Consequences.
Yeah!
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Don't even play.
A what now?
It's science.
Illegal. China.
Break now. Aren't I a good guy?
Clear on the map of Emirates right now.
Do you know what we're here for?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Looney Tunes 9000 just cheered 1 bits.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
What you talking about?
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich white man.
Immediately, if not sooner.
How rude.
What now?
Your name, please?
It's science.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man.
Yeah!
It's a great day for being sad.
Are you not entertained?
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Jesus, I say that.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Just like my wife's vagina.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
What?
Don't be creepy.
Winter is coming.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing?
Well, here we are once again. floating between Earth and space. So much to do, so much to see, so little time. Which means we better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seats, space fans. This flight may encounter some amount of turbulence. Ah, here we are. Sunday, fun day. Look at us, making it through an entire week. Great job, everybody. Great job. No, PB. Mozzie, 123 in the chat. Death of Philippe II August. Goes forth. Bad Lefty, Doc Possum, Looney Tunes, Bob Carmody, Jokey. What else is here? Sasha G, of course. Disco Wolf, Trevor Borings. BCat. Wow, so many people in chat already. We barely started the stream. The Soulcraft, too, we got in there right at the end. I think that's it. If I missed you, I am Teddy Cool. I see you as well. All of you. Early shoutouts done. Alright. Got a lot to do. Like I mentioned, Sunday Fun Day. Did somebody say at the beginning of the stream that Hunter got pardoned? That might... why does news always have to be breaking? I'm gonna have to check on that. I thought I was up to date, but that's one of the problems with trying to do a show like this. The news doesn't stop. Hunter was pardoned. Wow. Shocking. Well, there you go, Chad. Write that down. Hunter goes free. Well, we are going to start in a familiar place. United States. This is a Sunday Fun Day. I figured we'd wrap up a little bit of the holiday talk, so it might be interspersed in here a little bit. Let's talk about a slightly non-traditional Thanksgiving meal. To begin us here now. Good God.
Well, it may be Turkey Day for most in the Bay Area, but for some, the Thanksgiving meal is not complete without Dungeness crab. Unfortunately, there are commercial crabbing restrictions along portions of the California coast right now. So if you wanted to eat fresh crab on Turkey Day, you had to catch it yourself. NBC Bay Area's Sergio Quintana has more from Pacifica Pier.
Oh my God! Cool. For Ashley O and Sage Merchant, this is their first catch of the day. Well, actually, their first catch ever.
She was like, I really want to go crabbing, so I was like, okay. I'm your friend. I have to come with you.
You do?
So.
Is that how that works?
Here we are. We've had some nice folks help us out. Someone gave us some good bait, and I think that is really what did it for us.
I've never heard of this tradition
crab out
ever.
Of the basket and measured it to make sure they could keep it. A Dungeness crab has to be at least 5 3/4 inches across.
Imagine having to catch traditional Thanksgiving crab here. Seriously.
And then figure out how to serve it.
Seriously,
honestly,
good point.
We're really worried about how to cook it.
Now, for some of the people here, the idea is to add some Dungeness crab to their Thanksgiving Day meal, but for...
Honestly, like those two ladies, I mean, they were doing their thing, but wait until you see these guys. They knew what to do. They seem to... You'll see. You'll see what I mean shortly.
For Pacifica resident Mark Schwab, today isn't Turkey Day, it's Crab Day. And he snagged 2 good-sized ones. For dinner, tell me what's going to be on the feast tonight for Thanksgiving.
No, not this guy. Crab. Oh, wait. Yep, crab.
That's it.
Crab and butter.
No need for turkey.
I don't like turkey.
This season, commercial crabbing is delayed indefinitely because lots of humpback whales are just off the coast.
No, but he's not even who I was
commercial
talking about.
nets
Where are these
an
guys?
Entanglement
Come on.
hazard. These kinds of delays are expected by people like the Monzo brothers, who are set up next to first-time crabbers Sage and Ashley. They had a good haul today, but couldn't show us. So, did you already catch some?
Yeah, we already ate 3 of them. We've been here since 4 in the morning.
They bring their portable burner.
Look at these guys. Okay. Everybody here, they're not doing it correctly. These 2 gentlemen here seem to understand what to do. Like, why bring the crab back when we could have The freshest possible crab available. Look at them here. They got ramen, they got Fritos, they got some seasoning, and they got the hot pot here. I mean, come on, this is wow. If you're gonna do crab on Thanksgiving, I suppose this is truly the way to do it. Well done, gentlemen. Well done. All right. Oh, we'll be talking about Kushner's dad any minute here. Just settle down, everybody. We're trying to get through the easy stuff first. Then we'll get to that. Don't you worry. It's Sunday Fun Day. Come on, can we have a little fun, people? 5? Can we do like 5? We get like 5 minutes in here, and then we'll get to this, all of these things. Because yeah, no, that's. Speaking of people who were pardoned, we will be talking about Kushner anytime now. Now, in case you haven't yet left wherever it is you are celebrating Thanksgiving, planning to head home soon. Here is a little advice on what will and will not make its way through TSA checkpoints. You don't like fun.
People bring entire turkeys to the checkpoint. So obviously, that was what they were assigned for the meal, and they're bringing it through. It is allowed.
You're telling me that you don't want to go on for the rest of the evening, at least just sort of remembering in the back of your mind that there are people who try to bring entire turkeys through TSA checkpoints. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can't tell me that's not going to give you a smile later on. You're like, people are so stupid.
Another thing we see a lot of, interestingly enough, is soups. Special soups that people have made, or on the way back after Thanksgiving, maybe grandma made something special for you and you bring it. The soup has to be in that smaller quantity as well. We do see pies come through. And here's the rule with pies. They may require additional screening.
What does that mean?
And put it like this. TSA has to be right every single time the person who wants to disrupt.
What does that mean? I feel like they're going to eat some of the pie. They say additional screening. I feel like you're going to get home with 7 of 8 slices of pie. That's what that sounds like to me. TSA. Trying to get on that Thanksgiving. They're probably eating those turkeys, too, that you try to bring through. So I would recommend, come up with a better solution. FedEx. There's your solution. Wrap it up good. Send it to yourself one day. All right. Guess who was enjoying this Thanksgiving season, this sort of holiday season, if you will, doing a little Christmas shopping? Well, the Biden family. Let's see how they were enjoying themselves in Nantucket, Massachusetts, for whatever reason. I wonder if Hunter knew he was pardoned at this point or not. If he was he pardoned? Do you think was he pardoned at this point? I can't remember. Actually, hold on. We gotta look this up. When did the pardoning actually happen? Hunter pardoning. 15 minutes ago? 3 hours ago? He wasn't pardoned yet. He was walking around. He wasn't a free man. He was counting down the seconds. Although most free men don't also have Secret Service escorts either, which is a nice benefit to being first son. He's really thinking hard about these books right now. He seems to be really messing around with his nose quite a lot for some reason. Not sure why.
We're done here, we'll go to the sidewalk.
He almost saw the camera. He did seem to hide the camera away, didn't he? I don't know. I assume it's a Forbes breaking news person. I could be wrong. Maybe Associated Press. But it is posted by Forbes. Not that they always get their own footage. They certainly are buying footage. I know that. That's rude. You're right.
How rude.
I'm not getting a lot of footage of the Bidens here. What's the deal? Mostly Biden Social Security and people's feet. Ooh, that's a nice shot. Loving that. That's a great shot.
Old driver, so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid than eagles, his coursers they came.
Who is that talking right now?
And shouted and called
I know that voice. I feel like I know that voice from somewhere.
Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly,
I wonder what this story is about.
Mount to the sky.
I'm
So
staying
up to
in the race.
The coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of toys and St. Nicholas too. And then in a twinkling I heard on the
I don't think I know who that is. Just has a very familiar sounding voice, apparently. Drag queen Christmas stories.
He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looks like a peddler just opening his pack.
Now some other stuff happened while they were out here enjoying their family time. But I tricked you. We're not even going to get to that right now. We're going to talk about it later. Oh boy, and are we going to talk about it? We're going to talk about it so hard. We're going to get real deep into it. But for now, let's just watch them leaving Massachusetts on Air Force One. Here's Joe Biden and Joe Biden. There's no one famous in Nantucket. Burn. Suck it, Nantucket. Now, Joe Biden made it all the way up this staircase without incident, shockingly. But, yeah, there we are. There's the Joe Biden family just enjoying the Thanksgiving and the holidays together. I'm sure at least some of them knew. I'm sure Joe certainly knew he was planning to pardon old Bunt, I called him Bunter. Old Bunter Hayden. All right. We're going to get back to that later. We got other things to talk about, though, with the incoming government. Here's the Associated Press from a day ago. Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau in Florida to meet with Trump on tariffs threat. How exciting. That's right. Justin Trudeau, fake Disney prince and Prime Minister of Canada, went down to kiss the onion ring in Mar-a-Lago and beg for Donnie to take back those tariffs.
Prime Minister Trudeau, what message do you want to send to the...
Aw, come on, Justin. Not even one question. I guess this is the Canadian... What is it? What do Canadians have instead of the Secret Service? Canada doesn't allow felons to enter the country, so Justin had to go to Florida. Ah! That's hilarious. Although I wonder what would the protocol be there if Donald wanted to go to Canada for some reason. Would he be barred from entering the country for that particular reason? The CSIS,
Canadian
okay.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said on Saturday he had an excellent conversation.
Is that something
with
French?
Donald
I feel like
Trump.
it's French.
He made an unannounced visit to Florida on Friday to meet with the U.S. president-elect. There have been heightened fears about a trade war, with Trump pledging to impose 25% tariffs on Canadian and Mexican imports after he is sworn in as president in January. Trump said discussions with Trudeau about the border, trade, and energy were very productive. In a post on Truth Social, he said they also talked about the deadly opioid fentanyl and immigration.
Wait. I just had a very productive meeting with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada, where we discussed many important topics that will require both countries to work together to address, like the fentanyl and drug crisis that has decimated so many lives as a result of illegal immigration, fair trade deals that do not jeopardize American workers, and the massive trade deficit that the U.S. has with Canada. That's one sentence. Okay, hold on. I made it very clear that the United States will no longer sit idly by as our citizens are capitalized for no good reason, just because they're very important, as they become victims to the scourge of this capitalized drug epidemic caused mainly by the capitalized drug cartels and the capitalized fentanyl pouring in from properly capitalized China. Too much death and hardship. Prime Minister Trudeau has made a commitment to work with us to end this terrible devastation of U.S. capitalized families. We also spoke about many other important topics like capitalized energy, capitalized trade, and the capitalized motherfucking Arctic. All are vital issues that I will be addressing on my first days back in Capitol Office and before. Sounds perfectly together. Yeah, sounds perfectly normal. This guy's gonna be in charge. How great is that?
Truth Social, he said they also talked about the deadly opioid fentanyl and immigration. Trump wants to use tariffs to get two of the U.S.'s biggest trading partners to help stem the flow of illegal drugs into the U.S. and migrants crossing illegally into the country.
Que va a permanecer el tratado.
Mexico's Claudia Sheinbaum warned this week that Trump's plan would have dire consequences and suggested possible retaliation. Many economists have said Trump's plan to impose tariffs on imports will increase costs for U.S. consumers.
No shit, of course it is. We talked about this. We've talked about this too much now. At this point, I need to make an actual video and upload it about it, so we never talk about how tariffs are going to cause inflation ever again. We can just never talk about it ever again. It's going to make things so much worse. Oh my god. Are we done with Trudeau? Not quite. Let's do one more. Let's go to CNN. Talk about... Ooh, was it dinner? They had dinner. That's lovely. Let's talk about this dinner. All of a sudden,
We
tariffs...
begin this hour with the Trump transition. And
let's not forget the tariffs were big. Like, you know, in... the late 1800s, you know, the Gilded Ages, when they weren't taxing billionaires literally at all, if I recall correctly. And not that there were actual literal billionaires back then. I don't think. Were there? No. But point is they weren't, you know, when it was like the most unequal time in America, it led to even more inequality shortly after that. And, you know, what we wound up having to do to fix it all was, you know, the New Deal, right? Because of Hoover Towns and things like that.
latest controversy over the president-elect's vow to impose huge tariffs on Canada and Mexico. That threat touching off a back and forth with the Mexican president over drug trafficking and the border. CNN's Helene is outside the Trump transition headquarters with new details. Elena, so the president-elect and the Mexican president, they said that they had a great and wonderful call, but they are also publicly disagreeing about the contents of the call for the second time this week.
That's right. They have two very different impressions, Alex, of exactly what was said on that call. Donald Trump, for his part, argued that Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, agreed to closing down the southern border. She later said that wasn't true. I'm going to read for you some of what we have here. So Trump had said that he had just had a wonderful conversation with the new president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. She has agreed to stop.
Okay, she's not doing it right. Just had a wonderful conversation with the new president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. She has agreed to stop capital migration through Mexico and into the United States, effectively closing our southern capital border. We also talked about what could be done to stop the massive drug inflow into the United States and also U.S. consumption of these drugs. It was a very productive conversation.
Migration through Mexico and into United States. Because we know that so much of what Donald Trump had promised to voters and Americans throughout his time on the campaign trail was to really crack down on crime and illegal immigration into the United States. And this relationship that he is going to have with Sheinbaum, I would remind you that they have not had a working relationship in the past. She was not in power when Donald Trump was first in office. This is going to be a very important relationship moving forward to.
Yeah, no kidding. And the things Donald Trump has said in the past about Mexico certainly aren't going to get in the way of any of that. No way that happens. Impossible. Okay. Where are we? Ah, yes. You know how Donald Trump is apparently upset about what's his face getting the pardon? Hunter laptop Biden getting the pardon. Well, let's talk about somebody who also got a presidential pardon. Charles Kushner, who's actually going to be the next ambassador to France. How's that happening? Oh, wait. Oh. That's weird. Looks like Trump is announcing that he's appointing him. It's making sense now.
In breaking news now, Donald Trump has picked real estate developer Charles Kushner to be the next US ambassador to France. Mr. Kushner is the father-in-law of Ivanka Trump. He was pardoned.
Which basically makes him his brother-in-law, right? Is that not how that works? Are they not brothers-in-law now? Because their kids got married? How does that work? I forget how that works. What are the parents of the kids? What do they become to each other? Is that right? Is it right? I think it's right. I think I'm right on this. So basically, he's just appointed his brother-in-law to be the ambassador to France. A man who was convicted of financial crimes, which he himself pardoned him for, right? Talk about draining the swamp.
Mr. Trump when he was president in 2020 after pleading guilty to tax evasion and making illegal campaign donations. On his Truth Social account, the president-elect says he is a tremendous business leader, philanthropist and deal maker who will be a strong advocate representing our country and its interests.
So
Together,
strong.
We will strengthen America.
That's why I had to pardon him. Because of his strength. Jesus Christ. And this guy, I mean, is wild. I mean, he put, when he went to jail, he put Jared in charge of his real estate empire, if I'm not mistaken. I might have the timeline wrong of that. But he did put him in charge of his real estate empire, which included, I think at the time, something like 10,000 units in the New York and New Jersey area, which is just insane. Of course, if you recall, Jared Kushner was in the Trump administration previously, but I don't think we'll be getting a job. I think it was reported that it was due to emotional distress. They were all very concerned about their distress from the previous administration. They just want to take it easy this time, just ride on Air Force One, but not have any real responsibility. It's easier. Let's be real. He's a slumber. Exactly right. Yeah, it's probably the more accurate way to put it. I was being diplomatic. Real estate, investment interests. Now let's go to somebody who's on the thumbnail and the title. Kash Patel. This guy is going to be the next head of the FBI. Apparently, according to Donald Trump. And this should all be very interesting. See how this all works out. This guy is fascinating. We're going to get into it. I'll let Reuters start us off.
US President-elect Donald Trump said on Saturday he wants former national security official Kash Patel to lead the FBI, signaling plans to carry out his threat to eject the Bureau's current director, Christopher Wray. 44-year-old Patel is a Trump loyalist who advised both the Director of National Intelligence.
Now, I don't think the president is legally supposed to be able to eject the director of the FBI, but as we've talked about, Russ Vought is planning on making it clear to everybody in government that basically Donald Trump can fire anybody. That's the plan. And whether or not that all works out, we'll see. But this is who Donald Trump plans to put in place of the current FBI director.
And Secretary of Defense during the Republicans' first term in the White House. He has previously called for stripping the FBI of its intelligence-gathering role and purging its ranks of any employee who refuses to support Trump's agenda.
That victim is Donald J. Trump.
In a September interview on a conservative podcast, Patel said, quote, "The biggest problem the FBI has had has come out of its intel shops. I'd break that component out of it."
Okay, I'm going to keep this moving because we have a lot to talk about with this guy. A lot. And so he was appointed by Donald Trump as, was it Secretary of Defense? Some sort of national security role during his administration, the first one. And so that is, I mean, honestly, that's most of his credentials. Never worked in FBI, never worked in law enforcement. He does have a law degree, technically, is from a business school in New York. We're gonna get more into it. We'll ease you in slowly here.
Okay. President-elect Trump continues stalking his new administration with staunch loyalists. He said this weekend he'll nominate Kash Patel to be FBI director. Patel is an ardent supporter of Mr. Trump and says the FBI is part of what he calls the deep state conspiracy against the president-elect and his allies.
Deep state's conspiracy.
On social media last night, Mr. Trump said...
Please hold. This is my job. I am proud to announce that Kash App, aka Kash Patel, will serve as the next Capitol Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Kash is a brilliant lawyer, investigator, and, quote, America First fighter who has spent his career exposing corruption, defending Capitol justice, and protecting the American capital people. He played a pivotal role in uncovering the Russia hoax, standing as an advocate for truth, accountability, and the Constitution. Kash did an incredible job during my first Capitol term, where he served as Capitol Chief of the Capitol Staff at the Capitol Department of Defense, Deputy Director of National Intelligence, and Senior Director of Counterterrorism at the National Security Council. So yeah, yeah.
requires Senate confirmation.
It does.
Ryan Riley covers the Justice Department and federal law enforcement for NBC News. He's the author of Sedition Hunters, How January 6th Broke the Justice System. Ryan, tell us who Kash Patel is. What's his background? What's his relationship with Mr. Trump?
Yeah, so he started off as a staffer with Devin Nunes, which is really what sort of got him into Donald Trump's orbit. And I think what he's most known for is being willing to do sort of whatever Donald Trump would like him to do. And, you know, I think the difference between him and most folks in federal law enforcement and within the FBI is that, you know, within the FBI, you sort of follow the facts where they lead you, and then you reach a conclusion based upon those facts. And I think with the issue with Kash Patel here is that he sort of reaches the conclusion ahead of time and then tries to implement something that would justify what he wanted to reach in the first place to begin with, right? So I think a lot of the conclusions he comes up with, it's sort of the accusation up front as opposed to necessarily the facts. And we've seen that, you know, repeatedly with Kash Patel, who has also authored a children's book, actually, that stars Donald Trump as king. And
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
This man wrote a children's book where Donald Trump was king. You couldn't make it up. If it was just me saying it, you wouldn't believe it. And believe me, there is more to come. This is just we are just grazing the surface right now, people. We are going to get so deep into this. Let me just get through two more minutes of this PBS special.
Features himself as a wizard, sort of helping out the king. So that's definitely the dynamic that this brings.
Sorry, we have to hear that description again. I'm sorry.
Stars Donald Trump as king and features himself.
Wait. There we go.
Children's book, actually, that stars Donald Trump as king and features himself as a wizard, sort of helping out the king. So that's definitely the dynamic that this brings to this FBI nomination. And of course, we should say that Chris Wray still has 20 years left on his term, and if we were under...
Oh, God damn it, dude. Did he write it when he was 11? I would assume not. I mean, it would be really weird if he had. It would be almost weird. It would really, truly be weirder if he had. For a child to have come up with this? No. This is so self-involved. It's insane. It is insane.
Order, this wouldn't be something that would be under consideration because Chris Wray still has several years, and he was appointed, 7 years ago, roughly, by Donald Trump himself. So that term isn't at its end yet, and we don't know whether or not he will be fired, whether he will resign, how exactly his term will come to an end.
Ryan, earlier this year, Kash Patel talked to a podcaster named Sean Ryan about what he thought about the FBI. Let's take a listen.
I'd shut down the FBI.
Okay, and actually, we're going to pause it right there. You might ask me why. Why would you pause right there? This was probably about to get good. Well... I forced myself to watch this whole podcast just now. It's an hour and a half long. We're about to get into it, get in the weeds. But before we do that, before we do anything like that, I just want to wow. Just wow. Just want to show you something here. Can we do a reading of... Well, it's a great question. Maybe we will one day do a reading of this book. I don't have access at this time to the book. But, well, I could buy it. But right now we're struggling just to keep the lights on here at the Galactic News Network. But before we do this, I did find the book on Amazon. I did find it. Here it is. I found it. The plot, wait. Wait, that's the wrong thing. Yeah. The plot against the king. It's 15% off. Ooh, wow. What a deal. $19.43. A key player in uncovering one of our nation's biggest injustices, tells you the whole story for kids. Kash Patel partners with Beacon of Freedom Publishing House, an imprint of brave books, to bring a fantastical retelling of Hillary's horrible plot against Trump to the whole family. Full of fake heralds and keeper comies, spying slugs. This is a story of daring and danger. But never fear. Keep the faith, I assume is what it says. I'm now inferring. Wow. And what a cover. I mean, holy shit. Whoever did the artwork on that. Also, before we move away from this just image we're looking at, I mean, we'll be able to get to this at some point. But remember this, what you're looking at right here in the corner of this image here? Bottom right. Government gangsters. Just keep that in mind. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Unfortunately, I don't have access to it. I so wish I did. We need access to a copy of that as well as this book. But we'll get to that. But let's go here to the, what's this called again? The SRS podcast, the Sean Ryan Show. By the way, this show is a goddamn meme of itself. Okay? You will see just how much of a meme of it. Oh, it's hilarious. I was completely unfamiliar with this thing. I think I've seen clips of this guy in places, but holy shit. Why won't you let me click?
It
is embarrassing because the fact is this guy didn't really do much of anything to get any of those things. Like, this guy was a business school lawyer, right? He got a law degree from a business school and then suddenly had security clearances for national security matters because Donald Trump thought he was great and because he wrote a children's book about how he was king.
All the subjects and places I was able to go.
By the way, I'm going to break the news to you. I have been holding off on for a while. But this little thing you got over here, you see this government gangsters? This might be a book, but it was also, I think, actually not I think, I know, this could be a DVD. I can't tell. But this is, look it up, government gangsters. I would suggest writing movie after that because it wasn't very popular. Didn't get a ton of views. Or whatever. This was apparently a project that he and Steve Bannon, of course, Steve Bannon, we all know, avowed white nationalist, proud of it. They got together and did a movie called Government Gangsters. Look it up. It's fascinating.
In a very unplanned route, so it's pretty cool.
By the way, can anybody here guess what company this guy happens to sit on the board of at this time and has been for, I think, like a year and a half or whatever? He loves talking about, you see that? You see the way he responds to just the word deep state or the phrase deep state? He oh my God, does he get excited?
The most knowledgeable figures out there.
The most knowledgeable figure on the deep state.
We'll kick it off, I guess.
By the way, you can't tell because of his leg right now, but he's wearing a very interesting shirt right now.
Start with external Oconus and then work our way back in, or
yeah, we'll start with external, but
this guy who is obsessed with the deep state is going to be the head of the FBI potentially. I mean, like we talked about earlier, it will require Senate confirmation, but how much resistance are any of these picks going to get? And like, how much resistance can any of these Congress people, senators put up before the Trump voters get upset that they're not doing what, I mean, oh my God, can you imagine like when this all actually comes to and Donald Trump's out there, Mitch McConnell refuses to allow me to empty the swamp. I guess it's time to empty Mitch McConnell as well. Like, I mean, right? I mean, what's gonna happen? Like, they can't put up that much fight against it. Not that they even want to, right? Like, I'm talking about some sort of fictional Republicans who don't want like these things to change, right? And it's just, oh boy, like this is where we're at right now. This guy is going to be potentially the head of the FBI. Think about what they do, people. Oh boy.
Sting. Next question's from Paul. I think this is something on every.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to move this forward slightly. It's like a 2-hour fucking interview he does here. I think we're going to skip this part about illegal voting for now, although this guy has some fascinating conspiracy theories about illegal voting. At the time, this guy was talking about illegal voting. And he was talking about how all the states were planning on stealing the election for Trump and all this other stuff. In Wisconsin and Georgia, they were planning on stealing it. Blah, blah, blah. Guess what? This guy does a ton of sponsors. He's got like a shit ton of sponsors. Sean Ryan. He's also got some. I mean, they're mostly all just shockingly on brand, like in a way that's like.
Rules and
he's a storyteller. Okay, he's written 2 children's books, and he's currently writing a fiction for us about what happened with the documents case right now, which has the same level of plot structure as a children's book, I would say.
Bill Clinton did the same thing. Every president performs on the same thing. They can take what
same
they
sort
want.
Of character development.
That's the law. So you can't be prosecuted for possessing classified documents.
Really?
Well, can I add? And I don't know what was in the documents.
Who knew? You can't be prosecuted for having classified documents. Nobody. I had no idea. I guess we can all just have whatever we want, people. How great.
But
so this guy is going to potentially be in charge of the FBI, but he's struggling to understand the difference between what Donald Trump did and what Joe Biden did. Donald Trump refused to give back the information. He was subpoenaed multiple times and said, "Nah, I'm down. I'm not down with that. Ask somebody else. I'm walking over here." And instead, we're talking about now Joe Biden, who literally gave back the second he was asked for any of these documents and things that he had. And he's like, they're the same thing. It's wild. Well, what other sorts of insane, non-reality based narratives is this guy going to weave from the director chair of the Federal Bureau of Investigation? Oh my God, we're gonna do Benghazi 3.0. It's insane. How much more money can be spent on Benghazi? How much money did the first hearings cost? Jesus Christ. We have 30 likes. Oh my God. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. And I saw Mono Up say something, we have 30 likes, and I was just not focused enough. Okay. We got our 3. Hold on. We got to get further through this thing. This is rough. Legal fiction. It's honestly it's all hilarious. Oh God. And we have to talk about this part too. We cannot skip this part. But wait, did I miss any of the super sweet? We can't skip any of the awesome ads. That's one thing I got to make sure that I don't skimp on, because those are just great. So hard to even know where to stop and to address any of the crazy things this guy is saying, because he is genuinely attempting to rewrite all of history, at least the last 10 plus years, I would say. And it is fascinating. And I feel like most of my viewers are smart enough to know to notice these things, especially with some of the comments I'm seeing here. But it's just, oh my God. Thinking about this guy who's obsessed with Benghazi, the deep state, the Russia gate, and all these other things that he's been incredibly vocal about for quite some time. And that's the only reason he ever even got in government in the first place.
Storage.
Blam. What did I tell you, folks? This goddamn podcast is a meme of itself. He's got the gold silver bug website to sell you gold and silver. more than it's worth. But don't forget, while you are stockpiling gold and silver, to also buy completely unnecessary tubs of food for the future zombie apocalypse. If this is, I mean, come on, you couldn't, you know how Kash was talking about how you couldn't make this up? You couldn't make this up. This thing is literally a meme. What the fuck is going on here, folks? But wait.
With My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, you'll be ready. Over the years...
We'll be ready, people. I'm so excited. I couldn't be more excited. Wait, what is this one? I forget what this one is. What is Moink?
Small family farms to your dining table, Moink.
Nice. And I mean, you can't be eating just, you mean, like, you know, you buy those tubs of food, you can't be eating them, you gotta save those. So now you gotta get a different sponsor to sell you the food that you are in fact going to eat. Fascinating. They you know, got it all covered here at the Sean Ryan Show. One day people will be as good. I swear. Stream unavailable. Aw, Sean Ryan doesn't like me making fun of his podcast. Oh no. Oh, Sean Ryan is very sad. How dare you make fun of our podcast about fascism? Well, okay, looks like we're back. Shut down by Sean Ryan's team, I guess, for making fun of him and Kash Patel for talking about their fascist plans for the future. I really want to keep watching this. I mean, not gonna lie, I might even keep trying, because this is, at this point, because this guy is going to be the future FBI director, I don't think they can legally bar us from looking at this without making it private. I might even fight this one, not gonna lie, on the YouTube system. When I get the eventual copyright claim. Yeah, no, this is fair use.
communities to focus on our overseas.
What he believes Donald Trump deserves to do is not even the case of what is actually happening. But the fact is what he is complaining about is exactly what Donald Trump is currently doing. You're planning to do. That's basically all we've been talking about for like 2 weeks, 2+ weeks, ever since Donald Trump became the president. Well, not what is it in this case? The incumbent? Not incumbent. There's a word for this. The in-between president. I can't think of it. But he will be, the future president. That's all we've done ever since. Ever since. And this guy's all upset. He's like, oh, I can't believe there's all these people that are in the deep state that have been put there by former Democrats at times. It's unfair. Donald Trump should be able to do that. It's unconstitutional, but Trump should be able to do it because he's going to be the king. He literally wrote a book about it. I'm not even, he literally wrote a book about how Donald Trump is king. So it's not, it is fiction, but in a way, because he's about to be in the government, it's almost like it's real now. It's weird. It's weird how life imitates art. I think it's pathetic that they're trying to copyright claim this stuff. Like, this douchebag needs a penny from a click over me watching a video. Like, have you looked around at this? Like, come on, look at this set. Come on, and they're coming to me up here. Come on. All right, well, I guess we're going to move past it because I just don't feel like having it get shut down again, and the 1.5 speed is pissing me off. Okay. Let's hear what Jamie Raskin and Jake Sullivan had to say about this Kash Patel nomination. It's from 8 hours ago.
Wonderful to have you here. I want to start with your reaction to the news out of Mar-a-Lago overnight that Donald Trump intends to nominate Kash Patel to be the FBI director, which of course implies that he's going to fire the sitting FBI director, Christopher Wray. What is your reaction? What are the implications?
Well, Christopher Wray, of course, is a Republican, appointed by a Republican, as he has said, but apparently has demonstrated too much independence and objectivity in the job for Donald Trump, who wants much more of a personal loyalist in the position, and that's why he's gone to Kash Patel.
Do you think there are any issues inside the FBI around politicization, as many who voted for Donald Trump seem to say?
Well, undoubtedly, if you look at it historically, for example, during the COINTELPRO period, the FBI really was weaponized against Dr. King and the civil rights movement and the peace movement. There was, decades of the FBI being basically used as a political instrument. There's an interesting book about that, about J. Edgar Hoover by Beverly Gage, that people can look at. And so I haven't seen what the proof is that the FBI has been weaponized against a political party or the Department of Justice. Of course, this Department of Justice has brought charges against a Democratic U.S. Senator in New Jersey, a Democratic congressman in Texas. And so some people just seem to think that it should go only in one direction. And if it doesn't, then somehow it's politicized. And I think that's what they mean when they talk about politicization in the deep state. The deep state, nobody's ever defined it. Apparently, it just means anybody who doesn't do the will of Donald Trump.
Yeah, and that interview certainly seemed to highlight that very sort of thinking. He certainly seems to think that anybody that isn't doing what Donald Trump wants is somehow going against the Constitution or something like that. Here's White House spokesman Jake Sullivan being asked about Kash Patel and an awkward moment was had.
I have so much to get to today, but since you are such a key national security official, I do want to ask you about President-elect Trump's decision to nominate Kash Patel as FBI director. I mean, as you know, he's a fierce Trump loyalist. He has vowed to go after the deep state. You have worked closely with the current FBI director. What do you think it would mean to have Kash Patel in that role?
Well, look, I'm not going to speak to President-elect Trump's nominees. I'll let him speak for his own rationale. What I will say is how the Biden administration has approached the position of FBI director. We inherited Director Chris Wray, who has done a very good job in the role, from President-elect Trump, who appointed him to a 10-year term. And what makes the FBI director different from most other nominees is they're not just appointed for one term of a president. They're appointed for enough time to last past 2 terms of a president because they're supposed to be insulated from politics. President Biden scrupulously adhered to that longstanding bipartisan tradition, and for a good reason, because the FBI director should not be subject to the whims of the twos and fro's of politics. But as for the announcement yesterday or the decisions President-elect Trump has made, they'll have to speak to that themselves.
Sir, Kash Patel also published a book where he listed people who are part of the deep state. Your name is on that list. Would it concern you to have...
Oh, boy. That's rough. That is rough. Poor Jake here. He's on the list. He's on this, list of people who wronged Kash Patel on Twitter, and oh boy, that should be interesting.
People who are part of the deep state. Your name is on that list. Would it concern you to have him have all the powers of federal investigations, and would you fear personal retribution?
Look, I wake up every...
Oh boy. I don't think he was prepared to answer that question. All right. Should be interesting to see if Republicans decide to weaponize the Justice Department. It seems like they're preparing to. How are we doing on time right now? 30... Wait, well, hour 47? That's not bad. It's not bad at all. It gives us enough time to have a little bit of fun before we take a break. Look at how good we did. It would have been worse. Honestly, we would have gone way over 2 hours. I was expecting to on the first half because of the Kash Patel interview, but we were cut down in our prime. All right, yeah, let's go here. Let's talk a little art. Wrap up this half.
Lee Miller was a surrealist photographer, model. She was a fashion photographer, portrait photographer, World War II correspondent, and just generally a pretty awesome lady, as well as being my gran. She never allowed herself to be told she couldn't do something. She was always driven and determined to do things that she wanted to do. I know all her photographs, I've read her diaries, her letters. I've got a hell of a lot of questions for that lady. Lee was born in Poughkeepsie in New York State in 1907. Her father was an engineer, her mother was a nurse. Her first career was as a model in New York, and she appeared on the front cover of American Vogue as a drawing by Georges Lepape in March 1927, so just a month before her 20th birthday. So this is a portrait of Lee by Arnold Genthe, and it was taken in 1927, which is when her career as a model really set off. She had the top photographers in America, people like Edward Steichen, like Arnold Genthe, wanting to take her picture. So she has this opportunity to ask them what they're doing, about their process, and she became quite interested in it. She models a lot for Edward Steichen. In one particular picture, he then gave to an agency, and it was sold on to advertise a women's sanitary product, which at the time was seriously taboo in America. Overnight, illegal. Nobody wanted the Kotex girl modeling their posh frocks anymore. She really wanted to get further into photography. So she basically used the Kotex ad as an excuse to ditch her life in America and go to Paris.
It's interesting how adversity can sometimes transform itself into art and or inspiration or drive in one's art. And here she took, if you didn't quite hear it because I was playing with my sound shots, after doing a very taboo at the time, that being 1900, you know, or sometime around there, doing a ad for tampons, essentially. It caused her to lose all of her modeling jobs and to decide to take up photography herself.
In Paris, she apprenticed herself to the American surrealist photographer Man Ray. So this portfolio called Electricity is a brilliant example of Lee Miller working with Man Ray. The Electrics company commissioned him to create this kind of artistic photographic portfolio of images to promote electricity. The images are really quite beautiful and surreal. So he uses lots of different techniques in it. This one was like he's used his rayograph technique where he's actually placed the object on the paper and then exposed it to light so you get this impression on it.
Really cool.
And she was really a key part in the ideas behind this portfolio and the final result. She also appears in the images too. So this is her torso, and then he's kind of drawn with light on the image as well. He very much likes cutting her head off. There's very few pictures where she does have a head. She's constantly got these people like Man Ray. Picasso painted her portrait as well, wanting to objectify her. Being trapped inside this really beautiful body, particularly in the early part of her career when she's trying to make a name for herself, made it harder because she was incredibly intelligent and really creative. And in fact, in her copy, which is an artist proof, he's written to Lee Miller, which is quite official, rather than just Lee. I mean, they were lovers. He could have just write, darling, but it's like he wants to recognise her properly for her contribution. So he's formally written on the outside, to Lee Miller, without your enthusiasm and without your aid, this album would have not been possible. Gratefully, Man Ray. She was his apprentice for 9 months before she then set up her own studio and started working as a photographer in her own right. In order to subsidise her work as an artist and keep her studio going and pay her bills, she modelled still. She modelled for Man Ray and she modelled for Helene, who took this picture. This is my all-time favourite Helene picture of her. It's just so timeless. If it wasn't black and white and
she almost looks like
discoloured because it's so...
I can't remember the name of the actress. You know, I don't know if you've seen the remake of Battlestar Galactica, but she looks a lot like the actress who played Starbuck.
Timeless. If it wasn't black and white and slightly, discoloured because it's so old, it could be someone yesterday. The pose is also quite, I think, energetic and strong as well. Helene was actually the boss of French Vogue at the time, and he was really helpful to Lee in showing her what Vogue as a magazine in general expected of a photographer. When she's in Paris, she's also part of the surrealist section. And in 1931, Lee went to work with Cocteau on this film called The Blood of a Poet. In it, she is this statue.
Bears Battlestar Galactica.
And to make her look like the statue, they kind of put butter on her and flour, but the lights would get really, really hot and the butter would start to melt, and she got really stinky and quite uncomfortable and felt like some
That sounds horrifying. We're gonna watch a little bit more of this, but not the whole thing. I just find this whole thing sort of fascinating. Actually, maybe we'll just watch this piece and we'll end it here.
There's an image of hers which is quite disturbing, On one particular occasion when she was photographing a radical mastectomy for this doctor, and she asked if she could keep the breast. She took the breast, she travelled across Paris to French Vogue studio, and she set it up on a table in the studio on a plate, like a plate setting. So a plate, a knife and fork on either side, and the breast was in the middle of the plate. And she took 2 photographs before Hoinigan Hine, who ran the studio, worked out what she was doing and threw her and the breast out of the studio.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
So yeah, she was very radical with her art. Got more radical as she went on. Was sort of in the surrealist movement as well. Like they mentioned, I love photography, so I can't help myself. Thought it'd be fun. Throw in a little art appreciation here at the end of the first half. All right, let's go on. Take a little break. Alrighty, well, hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't yet, do hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Really helps out. Once you've done both of those things, don't forget that the Galactic News Network is completely funded by viewers like yourself. And consider contributing here on this Galactic Thanksgiving weekend. All sorts of great places, of course. At this point, it's all the usual, right? We've hit up, I think, all the places I wanted to get monetized, and in one way, that way, I feel slightly accomplished. So yeah, we got the YouTubes, of course. We got the Twitch, of course. We got Cash App. We got PayPal, and my favorite, Patreon. Where, in a beautiful symbiotic relationship, you get all the super sweet galactic benefits, and I get the money. And for, I think, oh no, is it over? I think it might be over. We missed it now. It's December 2nd. I might do a Cyber Monday deal, so do look out for that. But $3 a month will get you on Patreon. We'll see what happens this Cyber Monday. Maybe I'll do some crazy stuff. But of course, some of the benefits are having an avatar like you see here all around me. Patreons hanging out by the pool. Shoutouts, content, and much, much more. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. I'll be right back. seats for the second half. Okay, time for the vitamin half. And since it's the end of the Thanksgiving weekend, I figured we'd start it off with this little story here from CBS News. How composting can reduce methane caused by Thanksgiving food waste. Ooh.
It's science.
Tell me more.
Some of us may still be enjoying Thanksgiving leftovers in the fridge. Well, the annual feast leaves both our guests and our garbage cans full. According to one estimate, Americans tossed out 316 million pounds of food on Thanksgiving.
What?
And all of that waste will release 5,000 metric tons of methane as it decomposes in landfills.
Jesus
the equivalent
Christ.
to what it takes to power 26,000 homes for a year.
That's horrifying.
But there is an alternative: composting. Manuel Bajorquez got his hands dirty to see how it works.
There's a lot of activity at the Fertile Earth Worm Farm south of Miami. On this day, a delivery of food scraps from several South Florida kitchens. Peppers and bananas past their prime, but perfect for composting. That's the human activity, at least. The unseen work happens over at their partners, Lion Fruit Farms.
What do we have in front of us here?
Well, you'll see a lot of worms here. So we're very blessed to have a lot of worms, and these are all red wiggler worms.
Peter Fideli has close to 1 million of them, which have nothing else to do but eat decomposing organic matter.
And what we need to do, in my estimation, is make this stuff more readily available for people, you know, in neighborhoods and cities, especially, where it's hard to, I don't know, just suddenly start composting, you know? People living in studio apartments, for instance, might struggle to do this, but I do think it's something good and something we need to figure out how to do more, since we have so much waste in this society. Probably best, especially because it all creates methane when it sits in the old the dumps, you know, garbage dumps. So gotta figure out how to deal with this stuff somehow.
Baby worms,
Might as well
and
benefit.
also castings, a fancy name for poop.
And what we do is we take the worm casting to another level, and back there you'll see our brewers, and we'll create a vermicompost tea. And that tea will run it through our irrigation system, which is called fertigation. We actually fertilize the entire farm.
Cool. All right, now let's get more into the old things here. We got a few things to talk about here today. I figured we'd get a little weird with it because it's Sunday Fun Day. So let's talk fungus. What do you say? Did you know that fungus is actually considered the largest living thing on Earth? Well, let's go to Oregon to talk a little bit about a fungus that forests there are dealing with.
Let's begin with a riddle.
Okay.
What living thing is bigger than a whale, yet hides out of sight?
Ooh, I think I know.
What could fill 250 semi-trucks, yet spreads itself thin?
Wait, don't tell me.
It's here, in the Blue Mountains of eastern Oregon, and it tries to suck the life out of whatever it touches.
Sounds horrible.
But to see it, you have to know what to look for.
Trees. Are trees bigger than whales?
People don't think of mushrooms killing trees.
Mushrooms.
This tree fights back. It tries to shove out an invading fungus with its own pitch, which oozes out of its bark. It's probably a lost cause.
The fungus will grow all the way around the base of the tree and then kill all the tissues.
Greg Phillips stands surrounded by infected trees, attacked by the honey mushroom.
So just about every tree in here probably has some degree of this.
He's a forest pathologist, a tree disease expert with the U.S. Forest Service. Trees, young and old in this stand, are dying in slow motion.
My God, in slow motion. Horrifying. Killed by giant mushrooms? Have I heard of orca? We don't have time for whale fashion right now, okay? We're talking mushrooms.
This is an older tree, yes. It's hard to tell how long it's been infected. It could be 20, 30, 50 years maybe before it finally dies.
If you're thinking of a classic mushroom with a cap and gills and spores, well, yes, the honey mushroom does look like that. For a couple of weeks each fall, it erupts in clusters, sometimes right through a tree's bark. But most of the year, it's just a thin white layer that packs a lethal punch.
This white material here, it's the actual fungus, and you could peel it off like latex paint.
That white fungus spreads up under the tree's bark,
Can you eat
rots
it?
its roots, and proceeds to both starve and dehydrate the tree.
And then there's no movement of water or nutrients up and down the tree when that happens.
Greg and fellow researchers brought us into the Malheur National Forest because this is the spot that put Oregon on the humongous fungus map.
That raised the alarm, saying this was different.
Greg Whipple first noticed the fungus in 1988.
It's a long time ago. So yeah, as it turns out, this fungus connects through a sort of like a string, if you will. It's like almost like little tiny finger strings that go through the soil, communicate, provide nutrients back and forth. It's fascinating. But it's bad for the trees, technically, but it's moving so slowly that it's been doing it for thousands of years. Let's just say that. It's been at it for thousands of years, hasn't managed to take out the forest yet. But it is interesting and does affect things to some degree, but forests still survive. And some argue that it's part of the natural ecosystem of the forest, and that it kills off some trees, leaves others, and it helps the sort of cycle, if you will, the life cycle of the forest itself. All right, now, while we're talking fungus, I figured we wouldn't quite leave that topic. But this time, let's talk about the future of fungus. Okay, hold on. Let me move a little ahead on this. Let's see. I just want to watch some of the process of this. I think, to some degree, even though I find it fascinating, some of the back in the lab type of science can be a bit tedious. But there is a part where we can see them actually using this stuff. Seems like a good place as any.
Confident. Printed chair that has.
Come on, you would not. Who here wouldn't sit in that chair? That thing is sweet. It's probably not super comfortable, but it looks awesome. Could be the future, and in a lot of applications, I think plastic can and should be replaced by things like this. It almost needs to be the future. We need potato chairs. We need potato chairs and mushroom jackets to save us, or maybe not jackets, but something like that. But you really want to eat? You can eat the potatoes too. We're not saying you're not being stopped from eating potatoes. Do make sure you write that down. It is not going to eliminate the eating of potatoes. We will still do that. But then we'll also, I guess, sit on them and maybe, I guess you could have like potato or mushroom cooking instruments. You could cook with your potatoes. It would be hilarious and fun. Okay, let's talk about a different natural occurrence. Talking about a bunch of weird natural stuff here. But this one we're going to link into current, or not current, but very recent sort of news, that being Hurricane Helene. Did you know that, you know, it's hard to explain this one in one sentence, but did you know that the world depends on a particular supply of quartz deep in the North Carolina, like the western North Carolinian mountain range? It is essentially part of the Appalachian Mountains. Did you know that? The fact that you are watching this on whatever device you are watching it on right now is a result of the existence of this the singular quartz supply in North Carolina? Well, let's talk about that. Because the very place where this exists recently got hit by Hurricane Helene.
In September 2024, Hurricane Helene struck the southeastern U.S., causing widespread damage to lots of regions that rarely see storms as severe as this one. The mountains in western North Carolina were hit particularly hard, with entire towns washed away by the flooding. It will probably be months or even years before the region fully recovers. But the disaster could have an unexpected impact on the rest of the world, too. Specifically, on our technology, because pretty much every silicon computer chip in the world exists thanks to one mineral deposit in a tiny town in the North Carolina mountains. This story begins about 450 million years ago with something called the tectonic orogeny, one of the many phases of tectonic activity that formed the Appalachian Mountains. As two tectonic plates converged, dense oceanic crust was pushed under the roots of the continental plate, forming sheets of rock that were thrust over existing layers, fittingly called thrust sheets. The friction between these two plates raised the temperature enough to melt the solid rock below. That molten magma then forced its way up through the surrounding rocks, creating huge blobs of granite called plutons and big cracks filled with volcanic fluid called pegmatites. When this happens, that volcanic fluid cools down and the minerals in it form crystals. The longer this cooling process takes, the bigger the crystals. And because all this was happening so deep in the crust, the fluid in the cracks solidified extremely slowly, allowing it to separate.
How is it that the discussion of quartz is making a bunch of situations? The tectonic orogeny zones and hot magma. It is getting very sexy in this room very quickly.
Out into big, pure mineral crystals. Fast forward a few hundred million years, and the movement of the tectonic plates eventually brings the plutons and the pegmatites closer to the Earth's surface, in the Blue Ridge Mountains in North Carolina, near the small town of Spruce Pine. The pegmatites in Spruce Pine are made up of about 65% feldspar, 25% quartz, and 8% mica. As a bonus, there are some gemstones like aquamarine and emerald mixed in too. And because of all of these great crystals, people have mined the area for thousands of years. Historically, Native Americans living in the region would extract mica and carve it into figurines or use it as currency. Then, during the late 1800s, Spruce Pine became a full-on mining town. But the funny thing is, even though nowadays the region is most famous for its quartz, they were mining out pretty much everything except quartz. The big flat sheets of mica made great stove windows and electrical insulators, and the feldspars were used in ceramics.
Can you imagine? It was basically trash material because they didn't understand the benefits of this, like the special benefits of this particular find of quartz for decades, and so just threw it away with everything, with dirt and stones and whatever else that wasn't necessary. It's crazy to imagine. Who knows where it all went?
Glassmaking. Extracting the feldspar involved crushing up the rock, submerging it in water, and using air to skim off what you want. Everything else, including the quartz, was considered waste and thrown away. It took a while for anyone to realize just how special that quartz really was. See,
like
even though it's
doing
the
a
second most
presentation.
common mineral in our Earth's crust,
You know, like, I mean, I think I see what you're saying, but it's also because she's like doing a presentation, right? Because, you know, Katie Porter's always doing presentations. She's like, oh, let me teach you something here today. I've even got graphs.
all quartz is created equal. When the crystals grow, sometimes little impurities get stuck in there too. And sometimes that's considered a good thing, since that's how we get the fancy varieties of quartz like amethyst or agate. But the impurities change more than just the color of the crystal. They can also change its physical and chemical properties, which can make it weaker. So while amethyst looks great on your bookshelf, it's less great in the kinds of industrial applications where you really need consistency and predictability. For these applications, high purity quartz becomes the special sauce. This purity is measured in percentages of inclusions or in parts per million. A medium level of purity is considered to be quartz with 0.1% other elements mixed in, or 100 parts per million of impurities. While the highest purity quartz has no more than 0.003% or 30 parts per million of other stuff. And that quartz at Spruce Pine that people—
Okay, are you hearing the level of specificity we are talking here? We're talking about tiny parts per million at this point. So that's the level of purity that this quartz is, and is necessary for a particular and very important process we're going to get into very shortly.
It turned out that it had fewer impurities than any other natural quartz we've found, at just between 25.9 and 13.4 parts per million. When the mining companies in Spruce Pine noticed the purity of their so-called waste quartz, they started selling it too. And in the beginning, it was used to make everyday glass products like bottles and windows. It was even used to make a 5-meter wide, 20-ton mirror for a telescope that was built in the 1940s and is still in use today. But Spruce Pine's quartz really got its big break with the dawn of the digital age, when the world began to run on silicon-based computer chips. Today, silicon chips run pretty much all of our modern technology. They're in our computers, phones, and tablets, and pretty much anything else that goes beep, from barcode scanners to wind turbines, and even in your pets, if they've got microchips. To make these fancy chips, the ideal mineral to use is silicon, because it's a semiconductor. A semiconductor is just a thing that can either conduct electricity or insulate against it, depending on the other chemical elements that are added to it. So because the exact chemical makeup of your semiconductor changes its properties, for a consistent microchip product, you need super pure silicon. All chips start out as a slice of a single perfect silicon crystal, which is manufactured using something called the Czochralski process. It starts with pure quartz sand, which gets heated up with carbon to remove the oxygen.
Okay, so part of this process requires them to pour molten quartz from quartz, super pure quartz crucibles, right? Like big ladles, essentially, massive ladles made of quartz. Just imagine it like that, right? That have to be super pure and made from this very specific stuff. And if you don't have it, if you don't have a particularly pure crucible, right, or whatever it's called, to pour it properly, right, you'll add a bunch of impurities to the chips that are being made. And so without these things, suddenly you're in big trouble. And this town called Spruce Pine, where this one and only mine is in the entire world, is one of the towns that got utterly blasted by Hurricane Helene. Let's see some of the footage from last month on this. See what the town looked like after all this.
WRL Sky 5 was able to get into the air above the mountains today, giving us a look at the damage from some of the area's biggest landmarks. From Tweetsy Railroad to Grandfather Mountain and Beach Mountain Resort, Sky 5 was in the air for hours today. WRL's Brian Schrader shows us the view from above in Mitchell County and the town of Spruce Pine.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Spruce Pine somewhere around here.
We're getting our first look at the damage in Mitchell County over the small community of Spruce Pine. Take a look here at the destruction downtown. The work continues to clear the roads and pick up the pieces. The Tow River tore through Spruce Pine, leaving behind a mess downtown along Locust Avenue. You can see people are working to dig out and dry out. Tremendous damage for this small community after the flood. And as in many of the mountain towns in western North Carolina, the flooding is gone, but the mud is left behind. Take a look at all of the mud in the parking lot of this Ingles grocery store. And downstream, you can see the debris in the Tow River. Look at this car. It's a reminder of the power of water.
Now, these companies are incredibly secretive because it's a massive multi-billion-dollar industry. And so they haven't said exactly what sort of damage the mine
in Spruce
incurred
Pine
during
in
the
Mitchell
storm.
County, the debris has piled up, and so have recovery efforts.
WFMY News 2's Joseph Leonard saw their efforts in action.
For many in Spruce Pine, there isn't much Tropical Storm Helene didn't take from them. As you can see, this business, the windows have been broken into, the mud and the sand just covering this business. Now, some roads and homes and businesses just like this one are completely destroyed, but this mining town is picking up what's left to start over.
Now, apparently, there is some good news on this topic, as apparently the mine did reopen. They once again didn't say.
And as Western
what
North
damage
Carolina
was.
continues its recovery from Helene, some positive news from one of the quartz mines in the community of Spruce Pine.
This is just
the
one
mine
of them.
which produces
There's multiple.
a critical component used in the.
I forgot. It's a whole mining town. There's got to be. I was looking at overview maps of this, and there are like multiple mines. An old mine, you can see where there used to be mines. So they've been mining in this place for a long, long time. And this is at least
Production of computer chips and electronics is operating again after shutting down due to the storm.
Right, okay.
People across the world rely on the small town of Spruce Pine, even if they don't realize it. The area is home to one of the world's most important supplies of high-quality quartz, a mineral necessary for
Your phones, your computers, everything that we use in a modern age.
Christina McCurry grew up in western North Carolina, and her dad worked at one of the quartz mines for decades. She knows how important the industry is.
With that quartz being mined out of the mountains, they're able to process it and make it into crucibles and silicon wafers that go into semiconductors, computer chips, electrical cabling. It is an essential need to build things that we use in the modern age.
Helene caused massive damage to the town of Spruce.
Yeah, now luckily the mines are pretty high up. So I don't think they were hit as bad. I was trying to find current satellite imagery of this. I couldn't. But I at least looked on Google Maps at the location here. And you can see where they are. Most of these are like sort of the base of like like what do you call it? Not the base, but like the ridges of the mountain range, the Appalachian mountain range, which runs right through this town. Sort of at the bottom of it. Which is why I was thinking base in my head. But yeah, they're pretty high up, so I don't think they probably didn't get as much damage as the rest of the town. You would think, since water goes down generally. What now? Okay, let's talk about one more thing before we get to winter talk, because it is winter.
Winter is coming.
It's very cold out there. So cold, even I can feel it in the space station. Before we get to that, let's talk about a little discussed environmental practice that farmers should be using more.
In Iowa's fertile fields, surprising bursts of color. Prairie flowers and grasses, deliberately grown in what are called prairie strips.
It's therapeutic.
Paul Muggy put one in his wheat field.
This is what Iowa used to look like. Yeah, all of Iowa. And there's less than 1% of the land that's left in prairie.
20 years ago, Iowa State's Lisa Schulte Moore started planting this idea with farmers to improve the land.
Farmers thought, that's an interesting idea, but no thank you.
How hard was it to convince them to do this?
What we had to do to begin to convince them is show them the data.
Her data shows converting 10% of a field to prairie strips can reduce soil erosion by 95% and fertilizer runoff as much as 90%. The real power in all this beauty lies in what you can't see, underground in the complex root system of the prairie.
Yeah, and that complex root system helps deal with some of these things that would otherwise affect the surrounding wildlife, like the watershed. As if you're not familiar, farm runoff is a real problem. Real pollution problem. Part of the reason why we're seeing so much, such pervasive algae blooms is related to that. I know it doesn't sound right, but it is. All right. Now, let's talk about something else. Winter. But before we do that, let's talk about a potential forever winter. That's right, we're going to talk about the shutting down of the AMOC. I'm not saying it's shut down, but these guys here like to talk about how it may already be in the process of collapsing. Something we've theorized in the past.
In late September 2024, a team of researchers at the University of Barcelona in Spain calculated that during the last decade or so, the world's largest island, Greenland, has on average been losing about 300 billion tonnes of ice a year from its vast land-based ice sheet. And in its two meltiest years, 2012 and 2019, that number was more like 600 billion tonnes. But the mass of the entire ice sheet turns out to be something like 2.7 quadrillion tonnes. So at an average of 300 billion tonnes of ice loss a year, it'd take about 9,000 years for the whole thing to give way.
That's a long time. That's a long time.
That's
okay.
no reason for complacency, though, of course. Our scientists tell us that if we don't get a grip on the climate emergency, then temperatures will continue to rise, and the Greenland ice sheet melt will accelerate dramatically.
Okay, that's bad.
To the point where it may all be gone within only 1,000 years, leading to a global sea level rise of more than 7 meters.
One thing we should consider when talking about glacial melt, like some of these maps are actually sort of illustrating the point I'm trying to make here. Is like many of these maps will come to real life before the whole glacier's gone. Okay, we don't need to get rid of the whole thing for us to be in a completely different fucking world. Temperature-wise, ecosystem, food chain, coastlines, like all of it. Like, I mean, you know, like only a small portion of it really needs to go for a lot of things to change. When he's talking about the whole thing going, oh my god, the implications are fucking insane.
Still too far away to bother you? Well, how about something a bit closer to home then? Hundreds of billions of tonnes of land-based ice going into the water every year is making a region of the North Atlantic less salty. And that, combined with some other climate-related phenomena, is causing the famous Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, or AMOC, to slow down. The last time I took a look at this science of that mechanism, only about 2 years ago, the consensus seemed to be that the AMOC would be still going strong throughout the rest of this century. But the very latest research is suggesting the system might collapse as early as 2037, or only 12 years from now.
Jesus Christ.
And in those circumstances, to paraphrase Rudyard Kipling, if you can keep your head while all those around you are losing theirs, then you probably haven't understood the seriousness of the situation.
An AMOC collapse in 12 or 13 years would be utterly insane. Can't even. Start having flashes to that fucking movie, The Day After Tomorrow, with what's his name?
Peer review process, so we need to be a little cautious about its
Dennis
findings.
Quaid.
But it comes on the back of previous work from the same institution that was fully peer reviewed and published in Science Advances in February 2024. And there have been other significant research papers and articles published in the last 12 months or so that are worth cross-referencing as well. So squeezing all that into a 15-minute video has been a bit of a challenge, folks, I must admit. It was a task made much easier, though, by a recent web chat with marine and atmospheric researcher at the University of Utrecht, René van Westen, who was the co-author of a couple of the papers I just mentioned. Let's start by clearing up the often muddled language in the mainstream media when it comes to systems like the Gulf Stream, the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, or AMOC, and the Global Thermohaline Circulation.
So the AMOC is the large-scale ocean circulation, which is covering the entire Atlantic Ocean. So it's both the upper ocean, but also the deep ocean. And I usually refer to the conveyor belt in the Atlantic Ocean. And the Gulf Stream is only a very small part of this conveyor belt. It's only near the surface and near Florida. This is, of course, very important because the climate in northwestern Europe is relatively mild due to the influence of the Gulf Stream.
As the Gulf Stream moves across the Atlantic, it gradually loses heat to the atmosphere through evaporation. That leaves behind cooler and more salty water, which eventually hits the fresher waters of the North Atlantic, and because it's saltier and therefore denser than the fresh water, it sinks and joins the deep sea conveyor belt of the AMOC system, which in turn forms part of the global thermohaline circulatory system.
Right. Good to get those sorts of terms clarified, I would say. So yeah, when we're talking about the AMOC and its potential collapse, we're talking about the current that dictates the movements of the water in the Atlantic Ocean. The whole thing. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna hit up this other video that just dropped from the same channel discussing this same topic.
If you're a long-term viewer of the channel, then you'll no doubt have seen the various videos in which I've attempted to decipher the latest available scientific research data from the bottom of our planet all the way down there in the frozen desert that we call Antarctica. When I first started talking about climate change in 2017, Antarctica was generally regarded as the rock-solid big brother to the Arctic region, where all the really interesting climatic carnage was taking place. But in recent years, our oceanographers and climatologists appear to have been growing increasingly alarmed at what they're witnessing in the waters approaching, surrounding and flowing beneath the vast southern icy wasteland. I think I must have seen more research papers and articles about Antarctica during the last 12 months or so than possibly any other environmental issue.
Yeah, and we talked about at least one thing that was happening in Antarctica earlier this year, which was the massive, just the utterly massive, like, break off piece of the glacier that's just sort of doing some very strange things out in the southern, I guess is that the southern Atlantic, or is there a different, I'm trying to think, what's the ocean right there? Either way, it was just spinning in the middle of the ocean, completely going against all usual glacier travel, or like iceberg travel.
And the general consensus seems to be
I don't think it's the Pacific down where.
So do we simply keep watching Nero-like while the
it's hard to
planet's
gauge
largest
it down
store
there.
of fresh water starts to give way at a terrifyingly accelerating pace? Or do we put our thinking caps on and start coming up with possible strategies to slow things down a bit? Well, there's an international scientific debate going on right now about that very dichotomy, and most experienced researchers are urging our policymakers to move urgently towards option 2. The question is, how?
Yes, that is a good question.
Hello, and welcome to Just Have a Think. Here's a selection of those publications I've just mentioned. It's an awful lot of reading matter, I don't mind telling you. Many of the papers are focused on the
Yeah,
infamous
no
Thwaites
kidding.
Glacier, also known as the Doomsday Glacier. I've talked about this thing several times over the years, but nevertheless, never hurts to have a quick recap, does it? So here goes. Antarctica may look like one big blob of continent-sized ice.
It does.
But underneath all that, it's actually two quite distinct entities. The East Antarctica ice sheet sits on top of mostly solid bedrock. At some points, the ice sheet's almost 5 kilometres thick. And it's been incredibly stable for a very long time indeed. Some of the ice has been there for millions of years. By stark contrast, West Antarctica is a series of islands that dip below the waterline. That means the ice sheet over here is perched relatively precariously between land and sea. And it's in this part of the continent that we find some of the largest glaciers on the planet, including Thwaites Glacier.
I hate this. Why can't there just be land here too, huh? Because when this does, I mean, oh my god, this shit just goes straight into the ocean the second it starts melting. Ah.
Roughly the size of Florida or Great Britain.
That's a
back
lot
3
of
years
ice.
to a video I made about the latest research available at that time, we're reminded that those researchers had discovered warm water erosion at the grounding line of the glacier.
We've talked
which
about
is the
this
bit
too.
where its front floating ice sheet joins up with the mainland. And there was speculation that one day in the reasonably distant future, the Doomsday Glacier may disappear completely. The consequence of that would be roughly a metre of sea level rise that would engulf coastline communities
3
comprising
feet
about
in
250 million human
freedom
beings.
units.
And because Thwaites Glacier and other similar sized ice sheets act a bit like corks in a bottle, once they go, there's not really anything to stop the whole of the West Antarctic ice sheet starting to gradually slip into the water as well.
Exactly. This is a fun Sunday report, isn't it? It's keeping it super just fun and vibrant here today, talking about doomsday glaciers and AMOC collapses. Everybody having fun?
And the consequence
You know what, we're
will
going
be
back
more
to
like
this.
5 metres of sea level rise.
Least I
That'll
can do is
wipe
give us.
out
Oh, I
huge
totally
swathes of
forgot to
many
give
of
you
the
your
world's
ESCs.
richest
That
and
is so
most heavily
rude.
populated cities, including New York, Miami,
Thankfully,
London, Shanghai.
ever since we did all that work on getting the stream working properly and not lagging,
Places like Bangladesh with
I can do this at any
that would
time.
destroy the livelihoods of tens of millions of
Blam,
people.
blam. What was the other one I
That
had?
would
Oh, it
be
was
really
Cisco.
very bad indeed, wouldn't it? Then, just in
No,
the
no,
last
sorry,
12
Bacula
months,
was one.
we've learned that global
Yeah,
ocean surface temperatures have reached levels of warming
Bacula.
that scientists described as off the charts. Those warm waters have been barreling down into the Antarctic region, causing all sorts of disruption and damage wherever they go. And nobody appears to be absolutely sure what's causing it. The recent strong El Nino event in the South Pacific will undoubtedly have played some role, but it's apparently not anywhere near influential enough to account for all of the temperature increase, which leaves scientists scratching their heads a bit. And that can't be good either, can it? So back to that international debate that I mentioned earlier then. Two somewhat conflicting papers were published in the spring and summer of 2024 that appear to have polarised opinion still further.
Good.
In May, a group of researchers from the University of California, Irvine and the University of Waterloo deployed high-resolution satellite imagery and combined it with hydrological data from the region. Their published
Hydrological, you
paper
say?
appears to reinforce evidence for the warm water erosion phenomenon that we just looked at, concluding that this worrying trend will likely accelerate the destabilisation of Thwaites Glacier and the consequent catastrophic loss of ice that would follow.
Huh.
But then in August, an entirely different group of boffins, this time from Dartmouth College and the University of Edinburgh, published their own paper which challenged the so-called marine ice cliff instability, or MICI, hypothesis. The general thrust of the MICI argument is that because retreating glaciers form very high ice cliffs, which by their very nature are pretty unstable and prone to collapse, then that represents yet another potential reinforcing feedback loop that could add to the accelerating carnage. But the data that the UK team teased out led them to the assertion that the thinning of the Doomsday Glacier might actually be helping to stabilise those wobbly edifices. So why is that then? Well, the paper's authors explained that they ran computer models of various different scenarios to see what would happen in each version. In one model, they focused on the grounding line of the Thwaites Glacier, which is that thing we looked at earlier, and forced it to retreat into Thwaites' deeper basin, exposing one of those ice cliffs. What the model showed was that the rapid thinning and an increase in velocity actually reduced the calving rate, which is where big lumps of ice drop off the front of the glacier, and it was that reduction in calving that tended to stabilise the ice cliffs. With the
I see, because it's falling apart so much, it's going to stop it from breaking off in larger chunks. How great. That does sound good. It does sound good. I think they're being a little too optimistic. I'm not sure how this data was arrived at. I'm not suggesting it was cherry-picked or intentionally created in a particular way. Just saying, it feels a little too optimistic to be like, you know, it's falling apart so fast it actually might not fall apart as fast as you think.
Issue at hand. Proponents of geoengineering point out that we're well past the point where slowing down annual greenhouse gas emissions will be sufficient to bring atmospheric and oceanic warming back within safe parameters for life on Earth as we know it, and that our only available option now is radical global scale interventions to try to reverse the damage we've done, because in their view we now have no choice. We're screwed anyway, they argue, so we've got nothing to lose by giving it a go, have we? One of the biggest challenges in any global geoengineering strategy is just the sheer scale of our various planetary systems, which, as the name suggests, are literally the size of a planet. How do we, for example, deal with an entire ocean's worth of warm water moving from north to south towards a landmass that's almost twice the size of Australia?
I know what you gotta do. We'll just start dumping salt into the Atlantic Meridional Oceanic Current. You know, we'll just salinify? Salinify? I don't think that's a word. We'll just salt that thing right up. It'll fix it, I'm sure. So yeah, I mean, this is basically the plan now. People are like, you know what? We're not good enough to solve it by not expending greenhouse gases. So can we play God real quick? Can we engineer the Earth real quick so we don't all get, you know, swept under the ocean, literally. Salinate. That sounds right. That sounds right. Okay, let's go on now to talk about the massive snowstorm that has hit the Northeast, mostly Pennsylvania and New York, although Canada also saw some of this snow as well. Over the last couple of days, just been utterly slammed by winter weather. We watched part of this yesterday. I'm just going to skip ahead, I think. Yeah. I don't think trucks are meant to drive through that. It appears to be off of Interstate 90. So this is probably... I think this has got to be in New York. Oh, it says Niagara Falls next exit. So this is probably over by Buffalo, I guess? Somewhere nearby? Damn. That truck is basically in the embankment right there. Holy shit. It almost looks like it's sliding right now. That is not going well. Look at this guy. Not helping at all. But this guy's busy. The the tow truck driver is probably super busy right now. This is Forbes breaking news.
Good
Breaking
morning,
news.
everyone.
Snow.
This is what we call lake effect snow.
Pennsylvania, Erie County. This is
Pennsylvania.
northwestern Pennsylvania, I believe.
My brother is a god. It's my parents' home.
I think Erie County is near like the
Sidewalks in here
Ohio
somewhere.
New York border.
My brother helped me get my car out. For that, I'm forever grateful. I guess no one's going anywhere today, so be safe out there.
If you get any tiny
Good morning,
fraction of that
everyone.
snow in your city,
This
you
is
shut
what
down.
we call
Well,
lake
you're in the
effect
south.
Snow. Erie, Pennsylvania.
You don't know what snow is.
My brother is a god.
Your brother is
Parents'
God?
home.
Sounds like a editorial.
Drive sidewalk.
Oh, we keep it to the current events, sir.
We begin with the blast of dangerous wintry weather and Arctic temperatures hitting much of the country this weekend, with more than 6 million Americans under winter weather alerts now through Sunday. Many heading home from Thanksgiving celebrations will have to contend with this heavy snow and bone-chilling cold. These snowy scenes are from Erie, Pennsylvania, where lake effect snow is coming down fast and making a mess of the roads, as you see there. Much of western New York is now under a state of emergency, with parts of the region bracing for up to 6 feet of snow. Officials warn that driving during this
By the way,
storm
6 is a
could
lot.
be nearly impossible.
I don't know if anybody can sort of imagine what 6 feet of snow is like. That's taller than most people. Just statistically.
Bills put out a call for people to help shovel their stadium before Sunday's game against the San Francisco 49ers. Nearly 50,000 flights are scheduled for Sunday, and the weather could cause delays for many holiday travelers. Meteorologist Paul Hagen of CBS News Bay Area is tracking it all. Good evening, Paul.
Nancy, good evening. The storm system that brought the rain and snow to the Northeast on Thanksgiving is now moving out, but the lake effect snow in its wake is going to continue for a few more days because of what has moved in behind that storm system, and that is an Arctic air mass. Cold air plunging to the south out of Canada, bringing an early taste of winter essentially to the eastern 2/3 of the United States. And that
Holy God. Okay. Oh wait, we're not done. We're not done with this storm system. Oh God, space dust.
Yeah.
Snow over the Great Lakes is proving a bit difficult for some.
We've had some isolated spots that are having some humongous impacts. And actually, I want to talk to Brandon Kopic here. He's one of our live storm trackers. You may have seen some of this video here. Out of Erie County, he's got the drone up, and we're seeing a lot of.
They're just surrounded by
here.
walls
so
of snow.
What road is this? Can you just give us some background on this situation, Brandon?
Yeah, so Ari, right now I'm in the town of Northeast Pennsylvania.
You get enough snow and it can be
Within
claustrophobic.
a couple miles of the border with New York here. I'm right at the intersection of State Route 5, and this is obviously what you can see. Nothing but gridlock traffic that's been stranded here for quite a while. You can even see on the drone there's actually a wrecker truck, a heavy wrecker truck that's stuck in this mess as well. And people are just out walking around. Nobody's moving here.
How long have people been stranded here? I mean, is this a matter of something that just happened today, or have they been stranded really since this all began yesterday?
I can say for a fact, I can almost 100% for a fact say that 95% of these vehicles in this lineup have been here at least the past 18 hours. It was like this yesterday when I was here at the same area yesterday evening. A bunch of trucks jackknifed up the hill.
This goes on
and that
for like
led to what you're seeing right now.
half a mile. I don't know. How far does this go?
So what's the next step here, Brandon? I know that you've been in these situations, covered them at least. Like what happens next? It looks like the worst
middle
of the
of
snow
Erie
band is
County,
moved to the north,
Pennsylvania,
at least for now.
of all places.
It's still snowing a little bit there, but how do we clean up? How do people get out of this?
It's really going to take.
Okay. We have more snow. We have more snow to look at. So much snow, and it's going to keep coming all through the week. Apparently.
Well, snow angel. What do you think, huh?
These guys are having fun, though.
Look at this knee-deep
Look at
snow.
this guy.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay. All right, buddy.
Oh my goodness.
There we go.
I love it.
Now he's getting into the season.
Makes me so happy.
All right.
Wow.
Gotta get the legs in there.
I mean,
Oh,
just
that's
the
not a
depth of
full
that
angel. You need to
snow
get the
was
legs in, buddy.
incredible. And,
That's a
you know,
half angel.
Mike,
There he is this morning.
I'm telling you, that snow angel yesterday was amazing.
It's not a full
by
angel.
this afternoon, you're
It wasn't
gonna be able to
amazing.
build yourself an igloo.
I contest that assertion.
Well, yeah, if we could get some help out here. We've got all the ingredients, except the snow is powdery, and you can't pack it at all. Let me show you what we have on the ground right now. We're going to keep the yardstick in the snow and see how many inches we pick up between now and when we wrap at 1 p.m. Eastern today on Fox News and Fox Weather.
He's got
There
his
you go.
impromptu snow measuring
right about
device.
17 inches.
Wow.
Now, remember, it didn't snow as much here yesterday as it did down in Mayville. Mayville, when we left at 5:30 this morning, 30 inches on the ground. We got 9 more inches overnight. That was between 8 p.m. and 5 a.m. So that's 9 hours, 9. So we did another inch an hour all night long. Incredible. I kept looking out the window. It never shut down. Now, I want to show you a video. This is our drive from Mayville to Fredonia. And talk about white-knuckle driving through heavy...
What are you doing in Fredonia? The only thing that exists in Fredonia is the college.
snow. Winds were not incredibly strong, but there was wind blowing the snow from left to right. And look at the visibility there. The roads are in great shape.
Oh, Jesus.
They were plowed down as low as they
This
could
is
go.
great
There was
shape.
spots where it had
This
snowed
must
another
not be
inch or so, but you can't
footage
keep
of
up
their
with the snowfall,
drive.
right? There's so many
'Cause that does not
county and
look like
state
great shape.
roads to keep open, but the roads were in really good shape. Again, these are the professionals up here in Western New York, but you get a sense of how we had to slow down. About 20 miles an hour. It took us about an hour to go 20 miles from there to here in Fredonia, where we're going to hang out today and give you the pictures. We moved up here.
Okay. Oh, we got more. We got more. I almost forgot. We got more footage of this. I mean, he's where he is. Apparently, the roads are fine, but over here, not so good. This was in Ripley, New York, on I-90, the Interstate Expressway. Roads here, not super good. This was actually after that report from Fox News. So, I mean, he was in a completely different part of the state, though. So it's a big state. It's a big state. If I'm not mistaken, if he's in Fredonia, I'm pretty sure he's like kind of central. Not quite central, but like central western New York-ish. Yeah, as you can see here, road's not great. They have literal bobcats out here getting snow off the road however they can. My guess is that because of Thanksgiving, there was already traffic, right? Like, this is what I'm guessing. Is because it's weird. Like, you can see what they're doing right now. And it's because they were probably already somewhat slowed down. Snow was coming down. They didn't have the ability to be plowing. So the snow is just building up amidst the traffic. And now people are just stuck in like what appears to be almost like snowdrifts on the highway. It's insane. They all have their lights on because they're all supposed to be driving right now. I assume everybody's got their engines on too. This is wild. Oh my god, it goes for so long. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at it. Holy shit. I think I've actually driven down this stretch before. Fact is, I've driven down, like, a lot of stretches of highway, but this looks familiar to me. I've driven like all across New York State, one end to the other. I do think this is like approaching like Batavia, I want to say. It's hard to be 100% sure. My God. It's like a parking lot. It's like one lane. Look, there's like one lane for who knows how long there. They've just given up on being 2 lanes. Some of these people need to go to the bathroom. I'll bet at least, look at this guy. He's out. He's out of the car. I'm sure some people are getting out of their vehicles to relieve themselves. Even with the police over here. I would be. Just go behind a snowdrift. You'll be fine. Because these snowdrifts are pretty tall. Like from this vantage point, it doesn't look like it. But if you were to go to the other side of the snowdrift and like walk down. But you're right. Women would probably be in a real situation. Men are, you know, a little more easily situated to deal with that situation. You can always pop a squat behind a bank too, I suppose. If you really need to go. Oh my God, look at it. The drone footage really puts it all in perspective. It goes all the way up to the top of the hill where it can't even be seen. Holy fuck. Okay. Crazy. Alright, I got a couple more. Let's just go through these.
Tonight, a major snowstorm is wreaking havoc during one of the busiest travel periods of the year. The storm slamming the Great Lakes region. In northwestern Pennsylvania, snow is falling as fast as 3 inches an hour, causing whiteout conditions. With over 3.5 feet of snow already on the ground, plows are struggling to keep the roads clear. Snow snarling traffic, stranding hundreds of cars for hours. Portions of Interstate 90 completely shut down from Ohio to New York. Some officials even forced to clear the roads themselves.
Yes, sir.
Here in Buffalo, crews assessing where help is needed as the terrain becomes more treacherous. Our team along for the ride with Bill Gary, Erie County's Public Works Commissioner.
All hands on deck operation.
Correct. Yes, sir. Our main mission is to make sure all the roads are passable.
Between the snow event, the holiday travel, and the game, is this potentially disastrous on the roadways?
It's definitely a recipe to have a lot more people on the road than we would like.
Including to the Buffalo Bills football stadium.
In just a few hours' time, the Bills Mafia will descend here on Highmark Stadium to clear out some of this snow ahead of that big game on Sunday Night Football.
The storm causing chaos as the TSA braces for the busiest Thanksgiving travel period on record. NBC's Maggie Vespa is at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport.
Here it.
Okay, Maggie, settle down. I think we'll skip this one. We don't need this. Let's go here to Pennsylvania. Well, the AP talk. I think it's the last one on the storm. At least this storm. There is another storm to talk about as well. We'll get to that shortly. Look at this. Look at this person just completely stuck in the snowbank. Forget it. Just have some hot coffee, hot cocoa. Sort of relax in the snowbank. Oh god, I'm on top chat. This is so rude. Okay. So yeah, as you can see, Northeast getting absolutely pummeled right now. We got more to talk about. But we are going to leave the United States and go across the pond to the UK, which is this last week really looking a lot like a pond after it got hit by Storm Bert. This is a video that we missed earlier, AP archive here with the W. Happened, I think most of the flooding happened in Wales, so I don't think he's in Wales. But it would be hilarious if that was that was autumn. Now another place that got hit, that was from like 5 days ago, but now let's see here from the last 24 hours, as South Asia has been slammed by Cyclone Fangal, not Bengal, but Fangal with an F. Has hit the Bay of Bengal with a B, causing a number of South Asian nations to be inundated by flooding.
Streets of one of India's biggest cities, Chennai. It was caused by heavy rains even before Cyclone Fangal made landfall. People living in low-lying towns along India's southeastern coast have been moved to temporary shelters. Regional authorities say they're working quickly to ensure safety.
We have taken abundant precautionary measures, including evacuation of the vulnerable and marginalized communities and moving them to a safe and sheltered place.
The storm is affecting several countries across South Asia. In Sri Lanka, officials are on high alert after Fangal skirted the island's shores earlier this week. Several people were killed and thousands more displaced by torrential rains, which have also flooded agricultural lands along the eastern coast. Emergency crews and the Navy have been carrying out rescue operations and assisting those affected in hard-to-reach areas.
As this weather system is moving away, its effect on the island will further reduce. However, relatively heavy rains will continue in the northern and Trincomalee areas.
Across the bay in Thailand, rescue teams are delivering food and supplies to affected areas. More than 4 days of severe flooding there has killed several and left thousands more homeless. Meteorologists say heavy monsoon rains brought flash floods and waves of up to 3 meters high. And they warn.
Jesus, 10-foot waves.
The department has said the cyclone Fangal remains stationary near Puducherry but could weaken in the next 3 hours. We have an update coming in from Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, where cyclone Fangal has made a landfall. Now, why this is important is, remember, the Met Department has said that Puducherry recorded the highest rainfall of 46 centimeters. Operations at Chennai Airport, which had been suspended earlier, resumed past midnight, but that means there are still a lot of cancellations and delays. So that's the latest. There has been a lot of aftermath of the cyclone Fangal's landfall. Puducherry and parts of Tamil Nadu, even Chennai city, are bracing strong winds, heavy rainfall. But look at this. This is a visual from Puducherry, where you can see houses have been destroyed, while people have been rushed to safer areas. But this shows the extent of damage and aftermath that has taken place of the cyclone. So it's concerning right now, because for now, that is where the cyclone that has made landfall, but is stationary for now. I want to first bring in my colleague Shilpa Nair. She's in Puducherry right now. Shilpa, as Fangal has made a landfall, what is it that you saw in those hours, And what is the situation like? Looks like it's still heavy rainfall around you.
Well, yes, Pooja. In fact, we are reporting from Puducherry, and Puducherry is a place that has recorded a historic amount of rainfall. In fact, 48 centimeters of rainfall. That is what IMD has said in the last 24 hours. And this is something that Puducherry has not seen before. It's quite unprecedented. In fact, we've been here since yesterday morning. And ever since the landfall process of Cyclone Fangel started, we could experience that the rain spells were getting more intense. It was very, very heavy spells, and all throughout the night it was raining very heavily in Puducherry, and 48 centimeters of rain is what the IMD has said. And as a result, you can see from the visuals several...
Is that 2+ feet of rain, right? 48 centimeters? I'm trying to do the math. It's close to it, I think. It's insane. Alright, there's a little bit more footage I think I have here. Cyclone Fangul pounded southern India with heavy rain and strong winds after it made landfall on Saturday. Some residents were seen wading in knee-high waters, while others were evacuated in boats.
Cyclone Fangul, दक्षिण-पश्चिम बंगाल की खाड़ी में केंद्रीभूत है.
Cyclone Fangul is centered in the southwestern Bay of Bengal. It is centered around 120 meters and 110 kilometers away from... Sorry, I misread that. Whoops.
बंगाल की खाड़ी में केंद्रीभूत है.
It is centered around 120 kilometers away from Puducherry and 110 kilometers away from Chennai in the southeast direction. It is gradually moving towards the west and is expected to hit the northern Tamil Nadu coast in the evening.
वहाँ कोस्ट को हिट करने का संभावना है.
So yeah, people are bracing for the back half of this storm to come through, as it's sort of stationary at this time, just dropping more rain on people. Some in the eye of the storm are sort of enjoying a Pacific moment, peaceful respite for a time, but will be slammed again as the storm finishes its path. So we'll probably be talking about this more earlier, like early in the week. Is that it? Is that all I have on? Oh boy. It's all... God damn it. God damn it. Why? Why? Why, everyone? Why do we have to do this? Now the back half, third half is going to be wild. It's been a pretty crazy weekend and week and month and year. But holy fuck, the world is just sort of falling apart, doing a bunch of crazy stuff. But, do I take a break now? That doesn't even make sense. We already took a break. It's weird. It feels weird. I guess we'll just keep going? Go straight into space news? And then we'll take a break somewhere arbitrarily during this time. Probably like an hour from now, so I guess it's not arbitrary. I've set a date. Actually, oh, I forgot. There's one more I wanted to talk about. Never mind. This will help. This will help. I take it all back. Take it all back. Let's go back to this channel. Just Have a Think, which we were just looking at, talking about the state of glaciers and our ocean currents, and talk a little bit about methane, as it is something we talk, well, not just that we talk about a lot, but seems to be something touted by all sorts of different people in all sorts of places as a solution to our climate change problems. And it's also a massive source of our climate change problems. So it's weird. It's a weird thing. So let's get into this here a little bit.
We've all heard about carbon dioxide in our atmosphere causing warming, haven't we? Levels have been rising since the Industrial Revolution and accelerating rapidly in recent years. The science of how CO2 captures infrared light radiation bouncing off the surface of our planet
has great graphs.
is absolutely clear and unequivocal, and it represents the most significant climate forcing factor. But what about the other major greenhouse gas, the one we hear far less about, the one that could in fact make the difference between keeping below 2 degrees Celsius of warming and straying up towards 3 degrees or more? The one our friends in the fossil fuel industry politely refer to as natural gas, but which is more correctly known as methane, or methane if you're in North America. Well, it looks like the world has been asleep at the wheel on this one, and to all intents and purposes has been completely ignoring a growing problem for decades. Now though, state-of-the-art observational satellite data coupled with ground-based research is beginning to reveal the extent of the predicament. And it's not good.
Could you draw my...
Hello, and welcome to Just Have a Think. Before we get stuck in, I just want to say another big thank you to those of you who subscribed to the channel recently. We're hoping to get to a nice round figure of 600,000 subscribers by the end of the year.
Wow, that's a lot.
So if you're already subscribed, it might be worth double checking your status, because YouTube has been purging its list recently and loads of legitimate viewers have allegedly been incorrectly unsubscribed.
Hell, double check if you're watching this channel right now. And make sure that you too are subscribed so you can get all the latest galactic news.
If you haven't yet subscribed at all, then it's completely free to do that. You won't get any spammy emails or anything like that from me, but you really would be hugely supporting me and the channel if you could hit the subscribe button and also click on all notifications. And you would, of course, have my eternal gratitude. Anyway, back to methane. It's a naturally occurring gas emanating from a number of sources all over the planet. The natural gas terminology was originally employed by the fossil fuel PR machine in the early 20th century to differentiate the purer methane extracted directly from underground sources from the much dirtier coal-derived methane that had previously been used for lighting and heating in cities and which was adding to air pollution. Directly sourced methane gas produces about half the carbon dioxide emissions per unit of energy compared to coal. So it was a nice easy win to call it a cleaner fuel option and therefore gain regulatory support and public approval. Comparing any fuel to coal is a pretty low bar though, let's face it. So although fossil methane gas does indeed result in lower carbon dioxide emissions per unit energy than coal, if you compare it directly to carbon dioxide itself, you find out that it's about 30 times more impactful over a 100-year period, as stated in the latest chart of so-called global warming potential, or GWP values, published by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC. But over the 12 to 20 years that methane tends to stick around above our heads, it's actually more like 87 times more impactful. So why is that then? Well, according to people far smarter than me, it has to do with the shape of the molecule. The sunlight that bounces off our planet's surface goes up in the form of infrared radiation.
We have 42 likes? Well, guess what? We have a fourth support character. You're just not looking hard enough. She's hiding and staring you right in the face. Right in your eyes. Jocelyn Bell Burnell. Nobel Prize winning physicist, of course.
Greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide have molecular structures that just happen to interact perfectly with the wavelength of infrared light. They absorb photons of infrared light and use that energy to vibrate their atoms. In the case of CO2, it's the 2 oxygen atoms either side of the carbon atom that do the vibrating. While it's in this excited state, it's more likely to bump into other molecules in the air like nitrogen and oxygen and transfer a bit of its energy to them, heating them up very slightly. Eventually, when the vibrating settles down, the photon of infrared light gets released, either upwards into space or downwards back to Earth. A methane molecule is 1 carbon and 4 hydrogen atoms. Those 4 hydrogen atoms can vibrate in all sorts of different combinations, and for reasons that involve proper scientists and lectures featuring wavelength absorption charts like these, that structure is what makes methane so much more potent as a greenhouse gas. So that all sounds a bit scary and everything, But hang on, say some of the more disreputable representatives of the climate denial community.
Oh, yay.
The numerical quantity of CO2 and methane as a proportion of the overall atmosphere sounds almost negligible. Those commentators helpfully point out to poorly informed lay people that for every 1 million molecules in the air, on average only about 420 of them will be carbon dioxide.
Oh, well, if that's the case, I guess we can just wrap this up. We don't have to talk about this anymore at all. Sounds like the problem is already solved.
To 0.04%. And for every 1 billion molecules in the air, only about 1,920 of them, on average, will be methane, which equates to only 0.00019%. Surely, they say, such a minuscule percentage of anything can't possibly have any effect whatsoever on a system as massive as the air that blankets an entire planet. Well, there's a couple of things to say there. Firstly, as your chemistry teacher no doubt pointed out back at school, different substances can have a greater or lesser impact on a given system. For example, a toxin like cyanide can be fatal to human beings at concentrations of only 1 milligram per kilogram of body weight, which equates...
I see. When you use that analogy of poison, well, it starts to make a lot more sense, and what those guys are saying sounds really, really stupid. Okay, so you're telling us that somehow we have a poisonous level of methane in our atmosphere? That's not good. Alright, back to the science nerd.
We've been doing an awful lot of legwork in recent years to really nail down the problem and suggest some solutions. The latest global methane budget from the folks at the Global Carbon Project tells us that methane emissions have increased by 17% since the 1980s, reaching 575 million tonnes per year between 2010 and 2019. Some of it is naturally occurring stuff, of course, but two-thirds of it is as a direct result of human activity. 40% of the human-induced emissions come from agriculture, with livestock making up the majority of that percentage. We've all heard about the infamous cow burps, haven't we? Well, they really are a thing. All ruminant animals use a process called enteric fermentation in their digestive systems to break down the food they eat.
By the way, I don't know if chat knows this, but there's literally over 50 billion farmed animals just purely for consumption. And then another, like, I think 10 plus billion for dairy. I think it actually may be higher on the consumption level. Might be like 60 billion. It's a lot. All I know is it's a fuck ton. I don't have an exact number in front of me. I'm just going based upon my memory, but it is a scientific verifiable fuck ton of cows and chickens and sheep and things. But cows are definitely the most methane emitting of all of those.
Methane is produced by bacteria in the stomach and is then exhaled into the air. There are currently an estimated 1.5 billion cows and 1.3 billion sheep globally.
Jesus
Christ. There's a lot of animals. According to the IPCC, ruminant animals collectively account for 30% of human-caused methane, which equates to 114 million tonnes a year during the last
he's
decade.
not including chickens.
If we
I
apply
think
the
chickens
lower
must
of
be
the
some
two
huge
global
number
warming
of that
potential
actual number
multiples
then.
that we looked at earlier, the one taken over 100 years, then that's the...
Yeah. Just doing the math on that. A lot of the animals that we're raising must be like chickens and other sorts of fowl.
Of almost 3.5 billion tonnes of carbon dioxide. Various sticking plasters are now being attempted to paper over this little wrinkle. Things like so-called methane blockers like seaweed, believe it or not, daffodils in the animal's diet, vaccines to alter the fermentation process, and even selective breeding to produce animals with fewer bacteria and therefore lower methane emissions, all of which have had very mixed results. Alternatively, of course, we could confront the problem properly and accept that keeping almost 3 billion captive methane emitters roaming around the planet is completely unsustainable. And that's before you even consider the amount of forestry land that gets cut down each year to provide their grazing land. The best answer, that almost nobody wants to hear, is a mass transition to predominantly plant-based diets here in the West, combined with precision fermentation and cellular agriculture producing meat-like proteins for billions of people in developing nations in the coming decades.
Yeah, it's a hard sell. It is a hard sell, but in fact is something we need to genuinely start working towards. All right. We're going to take a break. Take a quick break. Little tiny space break, and then we'll get to the Earth news, more broadly, the global stuff. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about. All right, people. Perhaps the final space break? Unsure. But while we're talking, make sure that you've liked and subscribed to this channel. Not only does it help me, but it also helps you get access and get notified the second that this sort of galactic content is here and waiting for you. Now, once you've done both of those things, don't forget that the Galactic News Network is entirely funded by viewers such as yourself. Galactic individuals. And we need your help. All sorts of ways to help out. YouTube, super chats and stickers, stuff like that. We don't have memberships yet, but we will have them soon. We do have subscriptions on Twitch, so you can get super sweet space emotes. Which will hopefully be available across the galactic spectrum very soon. I'm hoping within the next few days. I think we may get access to them from what I've looked at. Cash App, PayPal, if you just want to give me money, do it. Do it now. Or, and I do think this is the best way to go. You can be a galactic patron. Just $3 US a month. And, oh boy, do you get a lot of super sweet benefits. Have an avatar here on stream. Secret stuff. And much, much more. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Short break. It's time. Oh boy. From this vantage point, things are not looking super great down on Earth, not gonna lie. But before we get to what's going on with all you people down there, let's talk about what's happening up in space. Specifically, what's been happening in space this Thanksgiving. Let's tune in to the ISS.
Greetings from the International Space Station. Our crew up here just wanted to say happy Thanksgiving to all our friends and family who are down on Earth and everyone who is supporting us.
Okay, is it just me?
Thanksgiving is typically a holiday where family and friends get...
I don't know this guy super well, but we've seen a lot of footage of him. Is it just me, or does he look, like, of the four, does he look the most displeased, or is it because he's upside down?
Friends and family who are down on Earth and everyone who is supporting us.
Thanksgiving is typically a holiday where family and friends get together. Sometimes that can't happen to physically be around each other, but
so true.
Today's age,
so true.
You can virtually tie in to your family and friends.
And one of those big traditions is having a Thanksgiving meal together.
Oh.
And so we're going to celebrate that tradition up here, though
Okay.
our meal may look a little bit different. Don, if you hold the mic.
Oh, it's a show and tell, is it?
So we've got a container here of all the things
Presentation.
that we're going to enjoy on Thanksgiving.
Oh boy.
It is a feast. Let
Look
me
at
see.
that.
We've got Brussels
sardines,
Brussels sprouts, butternut squash,
Nice,
apples
nice.
and spice,
Gotta have that.
Smoked turkey.
and,
Sure,
and
sure.
smoked turkey. It's going to be delicious.
Oh, here we go.
It's true we have much to be thankful for.
Now he's
On a
getting into
professional
it.
sense, I mean, there's not many places that you can be that you can actually lay on the ceiling.
Nope,
And this
that's
is
so
one of
true.
them. We're
So,
thankful for zero gravity. It's
right about that.
fantastic. And of course, in a personal sense, our family, our friends, those that are lifting up prayers for us and have been, we're grateful for that. We're grateful for a nation that is a
I think the mashed potatoes are floating away over here.
sparing nation that lets us live free, say what we think is important to say, and so many other things. So much to be thankful for in this season, to be reminded of that, to have a holiday that celebrates that, that's something to be thankful for as well. And so from all of us on the International Space Station,
Happy Thanksgiving.
Now there we go. A touching holiday message from space. From the crew. Well, multiple crews, but now the crew on the ISS. With their Thanksgiving dinner floating around the cabin. Now, let's talk about how people, specifically architects, are celebrating the holiday times in London. I'll give you a hint. It's very sweet. Now, according... now, if you can tell, it's clearly this is a... you know, if you can't see it, gingerbread houses. Now, according to this thing, it says these are biscuits. I'm a little confused what that's supposed to mean. I'm pretty sure they're cookies. I think the UK is a little confused about what these are. I am the best architect of the gingerbreads. I know, I'm kidding. I know the British people call them biscuits. I'm teasing. I'm teasing the UK viewers of this stream, because I know there's at least a few of you. Of course I know. Here we call them gingerbread cookies. We started to thinking how we do the chimney. Okay, very excited. Great success. I just figured we would do a couple of fun stories here in the global half. That's one of, I think, 2. Maybe, do we have 3? We might have 3 out of 60. So it's gonna be good. Keeping it fun. Fun day in this Sunday. Let's go to Ireland, where they are having an election. Hey, is that a resub? Don James just resubbed. At 6 months. My God, that's a lot of months. Thank you very much. Wait, you just resubbed for 4 months in advance? Did you really just resub 4 months in advance? My God, Don.
Don James,
and 200 bits.
676 just
Much appreciated.
200 bits.
Your generosity is not going unnoticed. Yeesh. Alright. Let me recompose myself after that philanthropic event just now. Okay. We're doing Ireland. That's right. Having an election. I wonder what's happening over here.
Well, for the moment, nobody is elected, not a single deputy member of parliament. Counting usually happening here behind me. Those counting are on a little break, but there is no doubt that here behind me in Dublin Central constituency, a key constituency in this country, Mary Lou MacDonald will be the first one to be elected, probably topping the poll. Her party, Sinn Féin, on the nationalist left, has a very narrow majority at the moment, but could be could win the popular vote. Now, it's they're unlikely to be able to have enough members of parliament to be able to form a government. They didn't the last time round, and they have less votes this time. So it's very unlikely they'll be able to go into government, which was very much their wish. On the other hand, Fianna Fáil, one of the outgoing the parties that were in government for the last 5 years, could be.
Is Dale the proper term for Irish Parliament? Is that what you're taking objection to?
There with not enough members of Parliament to form alone a government, but to go back into government, sharing with their coalition partners of Fine Gael, the party of the outgoing Taoiseach Prime Minister Simon Harris. If you look at the last opinion polls that during the vote yesterday, the man who was seen to be the most, the favourite to be Taoiseach Prime Minister was Micheál Martin, head of Fianna Fáil. So this is.
So yeah, going into voting on voting day, things were very much up in the air, as you can, at least from this guy, probably glean. Pronounced doll like ball. Okay, cool. Appreciate the appreciate the advice from an Irishman. But right after that, voting went underway. The counting began, and results started to come in, seemingly showing Sinn Féin in the lead here right now. It's looking very good for them.
The polling stations have closed, and according to the exit polls, Sinn Féin on the nationalist left has won the popular vote for the second time in a row in elections in Ireland. But with about 21.1% of the share of the vote, they have gone down since the last election. And they remain in the opposition the last time round because they couldn't form a government. It looks likely that they will end up with not enough seats in the door, the Irish Parliament, to be able to form a government. Neck and neck with the two larger parties, the other two large parties in Ireland, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael in the centre-right. That's the outgoing coalition, and it looks very likely that the outgoing coalition will be able to go back and form a new government. But
well, there you go, people. The left, National Leftist Party, Sinn Féin, looking like they're going to be slightly lower, at least for now. It's not clear. We'll see how it all pans out, but for now, have a slightly lower percentage of vote than they had in the previous election, but still take it down. All right, moving away from the Isles over here, let's go to Austria, where they are celebrating the holidays, if you will, in a slightly different way than you might be familiar with. Let's take a look at Austria's traditional Krampus run. Okay, Austria, you do you. Now, we talk about technological stuff here oftentimes. And this next story hits on multiple topics, which we discuss here, both religion and technology. Let's go to Switzerland, where AI Jesus is going into what is the word? Into service. Let's see what's up with that.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interesting. Just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
AI Jesus existed for 2 months, and there was a big interest, so many people came to talk with him. So we have like 900 conversations now registered, and all ages also, I can say. There were young people, older people, and what was really interesting to see that the people really talked with him in a serious way.
Hello, Jesus.
Yeah, what I wonder is, will they be able to link him up to any sort of current events or any? Like, I don't think they'll be able to link up Jesus to any like news sources. Give AI Jesus any sort of like anything outside of the Bible. Otherwise, he's going to become a leftist or be even more of a leftist. Oh boy. But this should be interesting. It should be very, very interesting to see how this goes. I don't know if anybody here has seen any of the like AI Jesuses online already. I know I saw one on YouTube. I saw one on Twitch too. I know they exist on a bunch of different platforms right now. People, and I don't think they're linked up in any way. I think people are just sort of taking a shot at training AIs, seeing how it goes. Should be fascinating to see what happens with this one.
Do you have some advice for us in this time?
In these challenging times, remember that in the face of adversity, love and faith are your steadfast guides.
The response that the AI Jesus forms is actually partly based on Bible excerpts.
Is this based on this dude's face? Why do they look the same? Is this the same dude? What's happening? AI Jesus, just as God intended. Exactly. Better to have AI interpret the Bible than priests, I suppose. Does this mean we'll get rid of priests entirely? Okay, let's go to Africa. We're going to keep talking about AI, though. However, we're going to talk a little bit about the massive unseen workforce, international workforce, that is, which powers AI. We have talked about this maybe once or twice in the past, but I found this special to be just fascinating. Let's go here from 7 days ago.
He's talking about labeling. He's talking about like image recognition type stuff. Very, very monotonous, repetitive work where you're just looking at a computer screen all day and saying, what's in a particular image, and then feeding that information to an AI algorithm, or like whatever. Like some sort of whatever neural network meant to train that AI specific particulars, right? We're working with Kenya right now. Militarily, we convinced them to send troops to train other troops in the Caribbean to quell rebellion in Haiti. Chat's not far off. 25.80 cents. You'll see. It's a little bit higher than that, but it's certainly not, developed world wages that they are offering here. It's tiny. It's tiny. Do you remember all those protests that were happening in terms of the young people in Kenya rising up against President Ruto, and in response, Ruto just fired his entire regime? Well, he has been the one to green light these AI companies to come in here and do all this stuff. So, the fact that he didn't step down, it tells you that Kenya still got a lot of work to do here. He's offering incentives. I forgot that part of this. He's not just signing off on these things, but he's offering tax incentives and other sorts of sort of beneficial things to these companies. Yeah, apparently they are systemically claiming violations of policies on these already impoverished and repressed workers, and using that as just some sort of basis, even though there's really no labor laws in Kenya, or the labor laws on this stuff are very, 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 very lax. They're using that as the sort of basis in which to not even pay those people their $1 an hour. Let's go a little bit into what these people are also dealing with, because it's not just boxes and people and other stuff that they're looking at. Is the ChatGPT people know how capitalism works? They pay a company $12 an hour per worker. That company tries to make as much money as they can from that, right? They're not going to pay that person $12 an hour. They're going to pay them whatever they can. Is struggling, right? Has been struggling. It's still trying to. I mean, it's doing well in some places if you only look at certain things, right? But if you look at the bottom half of people in Kenya, even higher than that, actually, it's really bad. Oh my Jesus Christ. A bottle of cola and 2 pieces of chicken? Great job. Great job, everyone. 2 pieces of fried chicken and a cola. Fucking hell. And we have talked about how oh, what? Again. I can't believe this has happened twice in one stream today. This is highly offensive.
How rude.
Okay, I guess we'll get back to it. That was where I wanted to end it, but it was so annoying. It was literally where I was. I paused it, and then we got hit, and I was literally in the middle of trying to explain the. I don't even remember where I was at now. I literally don't even remember. Oh, I was saying how we've been talking this year about how they are touting plans to replace call center jobs with AI. But really what that means is they were just it's like in a way, because nobody understands how AI works, because it's a black box, they can do stuff like this and basically just reintroduce slavery. It's magic, but really it's just we exported slavery back to Africa. It's insane. It is insane. We're gonna export call center jobs with a fake AI powered by $1 an hour Kenyans, and if Kenyans fight back, then we'll go to Mozambique, and if Mozambique isn't feeling it, then we'll go to Chad, and if Chad's no good, well, then we'll go to Sudan or Rwanda or Congo, or it's like, it is insane, but that is genuinely where it feels like we're at. This is veritably, there's verifiably what's happening right now. We just saw it. This stuff is not happening magically. Speaking of Mozambique, let's go to Mozambique, because people have been protesting there. And the government's been cracking down.
Bro, isso aqui, o que é isso aqui? Isso aqui, pessoal, o que é isso, pessoal? Pessoal, o que é isso aqui?
This is in the Mozambican capital of Maputo. Protesters threw stones at security forces who fired bullets. Maputo Hospital said the woman sustained head injuries but was not in danger of dying. How good. Protests have gripped Mozambique week after an election has been claimed to be rigged. Mozambique's armed forces said in a statement that they are they're protecting citizens, I think is what they said. They accidentally ran over a citizen. Not great. Okay. Oh wait, I forgot that I have two videos from Mozambique. That was 2 days ago. This is from a day ago, showing roads being blocked by these protests.
Unrest in Mozambique on Friday partially blocked a vital trade route with South Africa. The closure of the Lebombo border was triggered by protests over disputed election results. The routine flow of goods and services between the two nations was significantly disrupted, and trucks lined roadsides as drivers waited for hours. This caused frustrations on both sides, including for street vendor Lovesense Makuvele.
The most important things that the people coming in and out of this border are our livelihoods. But no, there is no one coming in or out here. Our lives are being affected because the Mozambican government is not reaching an agreement with its people so that the economy can be stabilized.
At Mozambique's Ressano Garcia border post, supporters of opposition party Podemos wore T-shirts bearing the image of party leader Venancio Mondlane. One resident supported their actions.
We want things to be all right. Life is hard here. What the protesters are doing is good, even though it is difficult for us trying to get home and rest. It's hard, but they are fixing things.
The disruption stems from opposition supporters in Mozambique protesting what they allege as a fraudulent victory by Frelimo.
Okay, there we go. Alright, we're not going to leave Africa quite yet. Let's go to Chad, as they have decided to end their defense cooperation agreement, which has lasted decades, with France. 2 days ago from Reuters here.
Chad's government says it has ended a defense cooperation deal with France, a move that could result in French troops leaving the Central African country. France currently has around 1,000 troops stationed in Chad, as well as warplanes. In a statement, Chad's foreign ministry said the country wants to fully assert its sovereignty after more than 6 decades of independence. A sentiment echoed on the streets of N'Djamena on Friday. I think the Chadian government is right to demand the departure of French troops, says student Jada Grass, adding, "The government is right. We need to start developing now and be truly independent."
I know it's hard to hear it, but you can, at the beginning you can tell she's speaking French.
Chad has been a key Western ally in the fight against Islamic militants in the region, but it has moved closer to Russia in recent years. It said ending the deal would allow it to redefine its strategic partnerships.
It's crazy how many African countries have official languages of either French or English. All right. We're going to switch our focus away from Africa now to Europe, where things have been popping off. Just all over the place, really. And I may do something here today different than I normally do. You may notice, you may not. We have 50 likes. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. But you also have your emotional support character. So I feel like all things are right in the universe for now. All right, let's go to the to Eastern Europe, as a massive blast in Kosovo has caused the reservoir there to be essentially completely emptied and put the entire city in a situation where they have no water. Let's go here. This is the I think this is the mayor of Kosovo speaking here. This is Reuters from yesterday.
Kosovo's Prime Minister said on Saturday that police had carried out raids and made arrests after an explosion the day before. The blast in northern Kosovo damaged a canal that sends water to 2 power plants, responsible for nearly all the country's electricity. Prime Minister Albin Kurti blamed elements in Serbia.
This is a criminal and terrorist attack which aims to damage our critical infrastructure and no doubt was an attempt to disrupt the supply of electricity and water in our country.
Serbia's President Alexander Vučić called the accusation, quote, baseless, adding that Serbia, quote, has nothing to do with the explosion. The incident has increased tensions between the 2 Balkan countries. The majority population in Kosovo is ethnic Albanian. The nation declared independence from Serbia in 2008, almost a decade after a guerrilla uprising against its rule. However, Serbia has not recognised Kosovo as an independent state. NATO condemned the attack and said its personnel have provided security to the canal and area nearby. Power supplies have appeared to be largely intact, but the drink...
Oh yeah, dear God, we don't need Balkans again. Well, Balkans... I'm not even going to give it a 2.0, 3.0. But yeah, it does feel like the temperature in the region is going up big time. I mean, it already was with Ukraine But as we've seen in so many of these other countries, whether they be ex-Yugoslavian or ex-USSR, all sorts of stuff happening. Stuff I don't like. By the way, Serbia's president felt the need to come out and say that they had nothing to do with any of this. Let's go to Global News to hear some of that. It's important, you know, you got to get out there and say, we definitely didn't, when you haven't done anything, to let everybody know. For sure. Hold on, we don't need this part of it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here. Serbia has nothing to do with what happened in the bar. To say, you know, we could have done that and to turn the river upside down and no terrorism was needed and tra-la-la. Do I need to justify myself to anyone? Of course, they know we didn't do that. Why should I adjust myself to chase around some global media to apologize for something? I didn't do so because they will always interpret it however they want. Okay. Everything seems fine. Oh, and Romania's gone fast? Yeah, did you catch our earlier stream this week? Yeah, we talked about how seemingly, although they're doing a recount right now, it's not clear what's going on there entirely. The results from the recount haven't come out yet, but there's been a lot of accusations about it having been stolen. This sort of completely unknown right-wing figure just sort of not magically, but very shockingly became supposedly the presumptive winner. But a lot of accusations are flying around on that one. Some other accusations flying around in another place, kind of nearby, across the Black Sea, in Georgia. Trying to remember the exact geographic location of Georgia. I know it's sort of central southern Asia. But yeah, we've been talking literally all year now, essentially, about protests that have been happening in Georgia at different times for different reasons. I think at one point it was over the appointment of the current prime minister? I can't remember, but it was like multiple things, as well as elections, and most recently the decision of Georgian Parliament to stop talks with the EU until 2030 on joining something which seemingly a large portion, seemingly a majority of Georgian citizens would like. Let's go here.
Late on Thursday night, thousands of demonstrators in Tbilisi were blocked by a police cordon, which sought to break up the peaceful protest with water cannons and tear gas. Instead, the violence escalated, with demonstrators erecting barricades and setting them on fire, while masked police fired rubber bullets and brutally beat protesters and journalists. Georgia has been a tinderbox for weeks, as many worry the contentiously elected government is turning its back on the European Union and moving closer to Russia.
They're going against Georgian people's will, and they want to drag us back to USSR, but that will never happen, because Georgian people will never let this happen.
The most recent protests were sparked by Prime Minister Irakli Kobakidze's announcement that Georgia will delay pursuing EU accession until at least 2028. This came just hours after the European Parliament adopted a non-binding resolution rejecting the results of Georgia's October parliamentary elections and calling for a new vote. Pro-EU President Salome Zurabishvili, who has accused Russia of interfering in Georgia's election.
Now, remember, and it's somewhat complicated and it's hard to keep track of these things country by country, but remember, the president in Georgia is elected. The prime minister is appointed. by like the ruling party, essentially.
Renewed her assertion that the new parliament is unconstitutional.
Today, this non-existent, illegitimate authority has declared not peace but war on its own people, on its past and on its future, on our future.
On Thursday, the new parliament voted for Kobakidze to continue as prime minister.
And these protests have continued on 2 days straight.
For a second night straight, police in Georgia's capital turned to water cannons and tear gas in a futile attempt to disperse thousands of angry protesters blocking the streets around the country's parliament. Demonstrators are frustrated that the ruling Georgian Dream Party, which cemented its power last
the numbers
month
seem
in a
to be
heavily
even
disputed
more than
election,
usual.
has decided to suspend
Is it just
European
me?
Union accession.
Is it just me? I mean, we've been watching these for a while, and they don't. It's not like they don't turn out. Like thousands and thousands of people seem to come out to these protests, but these seem even more packed than usual.
This government came to power promising to restore justice, saying the previous government was cruel. But in fact, this government, this Russian dream, appears to be the most unfair government ever in Georgia's history.
The former Soviet Republic officially gained EU candidate status in December 2023, and the goal of accession is enshrined in its constitution. Polls say 80% of Georgians back joining the bloc. In a televised address, pro-Western President Salome Zurabishvili
his name's hard to say.
Let's
Not gonna
move
lie.
on now, because Georgian police have used water cannon and tear gas on demonstrators who have turned out in their thousands near the Parliament building in Tbilisi
Honestly,
for a second night running. Police say
Zurabishvili reminds me, he's like basically Georgian Trump, in my opinion.
people have been arrested. Georgia's pro-Western president Salome Zurabishvili, at loggerheads with the ruling party, said in a televised address that the resistance movement had begun and she stood by it. The protest was sparked by the government's decision to put off accession talks with the European Union in 2028. Well, Natia Seskuria is the founder of the Regional Institute for Security Studies, a Tbilisi-based think tank. She previously worked for Georgia's National Security Council.
Sorry, we don't need to watch this one. It's just too long. It's already getting late. Rocking the lasers. I feel like Hong Kong made the first sort of innovation with those protest lasers. It seems like a lot of people have caught on to that one. I don't know what those loudspeakers are saying. I assume they're just saying, "This is fascism."
Another evening gathered in front of the Georgian parliament, defiant despite the heavy crackdown by police the night before. Their message to the government that they would stand firm in the face of further actions and continue to stand by plans for Georgia to join the European Union, which is enshrined in its constitution.
People of Georgia is trying to protect their constitution, trying to protect their country and the state, and they are trying to tell our government that rule of law means everything, and integration into the European Union is our future.
This was the scene the night before. Thousands of people, furious with their government's decision to turn away from closer ties with the EU, were met by police who dispersed the crowd with a water cannon. Despite all this, the government doubled down, vowing to prevent any kind of revolution from taking place.
Here we go. Georgian Trump.
There will be no Maidan in Georgia. Today's Georgia is in no sense the Ukraine of 2013. And that's why the Maidan scenario will not be realized.
Okay. Great, thanks, pal. Do I have more on this, or do we need to switch? One more, I think. People are getting all Les Miserables all over this right here, dude. Look at this. You know how somebody who was saying things are popping off in the Balkans? I don't remember who, but good job, because yes, they are. Quite clearly, things are getting all sorts of weird in the Balkans. This is as deep as you get in the Balkans, really. Georgia is practically in Asia. It technically is, actually, but they want to be in Europe. And I see why. I can understand why. Damn. They got lasers, they got fireworks. They're going ham. And here come the police with the water cannons. And it is winter in Georgia too, I'm pretty sure. It's gotta be cold out there. Damn, something is on fire over there. Oh shit. This has real Ukraine 2014 vibes right now. People are real pissed out here. There's a ton of people. They're fully geared up for action right now, it would seem. They certainly came prepared. Okay, I think actually we'll finish with this one. Yeah. Then we'll move on to some other stuff. Jesus. They're just dragging this guy around. For fuck's sake. Holy shit. This looks like a military operation. Okay. Everything is totally fine in Eastern Europe, West Asia. Oh boy. Okay, and we are now going to talk about the Middle East. Let's go south, where we are essentially. Let's talk real quick about Lebanon before we go on to some of the other more recent stuff, I guess, because as we know, I think most of us know, there has been a ceasefire declared between Israel and Lebanon, supposedly brokered by the United States, although it doesn't seem like we really did anything from what I can tell. But I figured we'd really quickly recap that, as well as hit on a few things that have been, you know, just like the current nature of the situation. I figured we'd do a weird sort of vibe, or not weird vibe, but a weird sort of vehicle, I guess, of doing this. If you recall, Joe Biden announced the ceasefire earlier this week. I think it was Monday or Tuesday. Is it Monday already? I guess it's been like 6 whole days now, I think.
Ukraine says North Korea has entered its war with Russia in a fully fledged manner.
Oh, what's happened?
The US
this is
says
the wrong
upwards
video.
of 12,000 North Korean troops have been...
Take two. Sadly, popping off. Oh, don't get ahead of me, bad lefty. We're gonna get to We're gonna get to Syria anytime now, very shortly. But gotta talk. I'm trying to do stuff in order right now, and in a different order than I usually do it. You'll see soon what I mean by that. But let's go first to show. Let's go to Beirut here. This was right after Biden announced the ceasefire, about 30 minutes, I guess, after that. It's a view in Beirut. What's happening? As you can see, Israel. You can see this cloud of smoke here. This is from an Israeli strike, which happened after the ceasefire. So the second after, immediately after agreeing to the ceasefire, they violated it. So don't forget that, okay? Don't forget that. Okay, so let's go here now. This is AP Archive. This was also a different view. Not in Beirut, but in Sidon, Lebanon, showing people celebrating the announcement of the ceasefire. You can see here, just basically a group of civilians sort of celebrating peace. Mostly children.
فرحتنا كثير كبيرة طبعا ما فينا ننسى حزننا على.
Okay, I don't know what he's saying. I assume he's saying I'm really glad that there's a ceasefire. Let's go to this. This is a view of UN troops at the Israel-Lebanon border on the second day of the ceasefire, 3 days ago. I guess the ceasefire must have been on Wednesday then, or Thursday. Doing the math right. It's all blending together in my brain. Why are you apologizing to me? Oh, I know what you're talking about. No, you're fine. That was just teasing you. I'm fine. I still like you can't look at the news while I'm also doing the news. talk about it in chat. Alright, now let's go here. This is just much more recent. This is from a day ago, showing drone footage in Nabatea, which is in southern Lebanon, of the destruction left by the Israeli army. Drone footage shows the scale of destruction in the Lebanese city of Nabatea, the hardest hit city of southern Lebanon in Israelis' aerial campaign. Fighting between Israel and Hezbollah intensified in late September, after almost a year of less intense fighting in the wake of Hamas's attack in October 2023. Scores of buildings have been reduced, yeah, as you can see, to piles of rubble, while others have been very, very badly damaged. No kidding. Thank you, Guardian. How would we have known without you about October 7th and how fucked up these buildings look? Be impossible. $7 billion in damage in Lebanon just in this short time. I assume that's not including the months of fighting before it. Jesus Christ. Hezbollah officials have said they will compensate people whose properties were damaged. How nice. In cooperation with the Lebanese government. Okay. Is that it in Lebanon? Oh, no, not quite. Sorry, I forgot. Let's go here. This is showing people returning home in Lebanon after the announcement of the ceasefire.
Well, Kathy, behind me, a memorial for the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah is just wrapping up. We're basically at the edge of the huge crater that was caused by the very powerful Israeli airstrikes that killed him around 2 months ago. Despite his death and the death of so many other senior Hezbollah figures, as well as, of course, many ordinary Lebanese civilians, Hezbollah has been portraying this ceasefire as a victory by virtue of the fact that it's still standing, at least, and because the Israeli army is withdrawing from the country. But violence here in Lebanon has not yet completely come to an end. Israel carrying out several airstrikes today, both sides accusing each other of violating the terms of the deal. Now, there will be concern amongst Hezbollah's leadership about the way that rebels in Syria are rapidly taking territory from their key ally, the Assad regime, the axis of resistance, under pressure perhaps like it's never been before right now. But the biggest priority for most ordinary people here in Lebanon right now is getting back to their homes now that the bombs have largely stopped, to try and assess the damage and to try and work out how to start rebuilding their lives. Surrounded by the rubble of what was her 12-story apartment block, Doha is looking for anything she can salvage from her home.
Jesus Christ. What's to salvage there?
This is me and my husband.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Nice couple.
Thank you.
Some nice memory.
Yeah, it's a memory. This is a only this that I found.
Doha lived in Dahia. They reached southern suburbs. They've been pummeled by Israeli strikes for weeks. She and most residents here.
Speaking of Jesus, did you know that Lebanon happens to be home to a great number of Christians?
Had fled. Now, with a ceasefire in place, they're beginning to return.
No, we don't have anything. This only.
Really?
We don't have anything.
Were there Hezbollah weapons stored here? We don't know. Residents say there weren't. For Ibrahim's young daughters, the biggest priority is getting back their Christmas tree and their pink, cuddly crocodile.
God, nah, right after I said it. Oh, God. During the holiday season, destroying our Christmas trees. Help, help.
Help, help, I'm being repressed!
Where is Fox News? They are ruining Christmas in Lebanon. The war on Christmas is real, and Fox News isn't covering it.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Where are the heroes at Fox News to cover the war on Christmas? I don't understand. 33% of Lebanese people are Christians. Oh boy. Okay. But no, thankfully we have a ceasefire for supposedly 60 days, one that Israel already violated directly after the ceasefire. Now let's go to this ill-framed title from Reuters. This is from just yesterday. Can Lebanon's army uphold the ceasefire with Israel? What does that mean? What does that mean? Can North Lebanon's army uphold the ceasefire with Israel? The army, the very army that literally hasn't attacked Israel at any point in the last, forget the last year, decade?
This ceasefire is a permanent ceasefire. It's not for
Lebanon's army is entrusted with making sure a ceasefire with Israel lasts. It has started to deploy additional troops south of the Litani River, near the southern border, an area Israel bombarded heavily and which the agreement says must now be free of Hezbollah weapons, with only the Lebanese army and the UN's peacekeeping force allowed to bear arms along the frontier. But will the army be able to keep the peace? It will be sandwiched between two other military forces.
As the Lebanese army will redeploy back down to the south, the Israeli forces will leave.
Israeli troops
they should already be
in
gone.
Some border areas, given a maximum 60 days to withdraw by the truce. Their presence complicates the role of Lebanon's military. Security sources
Wait. That's not how I understand the truce. The truce gives them 60 days to withdraw. But the truce only lasts for 60 days. It doesn't even make sense. It means that they can sort of like slow walk and like be like right at the border and then be like, yeah, you know what, actually it's over, so we're gonna go right back to what we were doing. It can't be possibly the way it's worded. I have to look this up.
Reuters. Hezbollah lawmaker Hassan Fadlallah said the group supports Lebanon having an army strong enough to counter Israeli violations. But Lebanon's army is no match for Israel's, and stayed on the sidelines of the war even when Israeli forces hit it directly, like this deadly strike on a southern army post in November. Israeli strikes killed at least 46 Lebanese soldiers overall. Hezbollah, meanwhile, has vowed to continue its resistance and monitor Israel's withdrawal with its fighters, quote, fingers on the trigger. The group's military prowess has been hit hard. Israeli operations killed thousands of its fighters and its veteran leader, Hassan Nasrallah. But analysts say Hezbollah retains a large arsenal.
Okay. I'm trying to read the agreement right now. So I paused it. It's making it difficult to do both right now. Yeah, it does. It does give Israel 60 days to gradually reduce its forces. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god, look at that beautiful dancing lemon with maracas. Beautiful. Thank you, Sasha. For whatever reason, that lemon feels very festive. Putting me in the mood. The festive mood. Appreciate all of you and your donations, keeping the Galactic News Network alive. Alright, let's talk about Gaza a little bit here before we go on to Syria, because we have a lot. Oh, do we have a lot to talk about with Syria still. And we already covered Syria on Friday. But no, we have more to talk. But let's see how things are going in Gaza as winter takes hold of the Middle East region.
On top of the persistent Israeli onslaught in Gaza, Palestinians are bearing the brunt of the weather. Heavy downpours have washed away shelters, flooding 10,000 tents as temperatures continue to drop.
The seawater came up to the tents where we were sleeping. Where shall we go now? The rain was dripping. We took some tarpaulin from our neighbors. Look at how the water has come inside. We have a young baby. He was born 8 days ago.
Jesus
Look at our blankets.
Christ.
They're all soaked.
When it rained, it entered from the sides, and from here, water enters.
Aeropostale hoodie? Jesus Christ.
Last time, it entered from under the tent. Even if we adjust the tent from above, the water comes from under it. It comes from under the mattresses and the tent. We are suffering. There is no safe place for us.
In Khan Yunis, waves have swept away some encampments close to the beach. The Palestinian Civil Emergency.
Yeah, because Israel has forced all of them, keeps pushing them further and further out, literally into the sea. And of course, the storms are going to be pretty bad, probably, throughout the winter in this area. And this kind of shit's going to be happening. It's just so predictable. It's almost like Israel knows what they're doing. This is fucked. Okay, you know what's not going to help this situation? I don't know, closing aid, stopping aid, stuff like that. And guess what? That just happened. United Nations just halted the flow of aid into Gaza. Not through all crossings, but through the Kerem Shalom crossing due to security concerns. Geez, I wonder who could be causing problems at the border. Who has been causing problems at the border? It's all full of food. You can see it all the way to the top. Instead of going into Palestine, it's just sitting here because of security concerns. I'm sure they're very valid security concerns too. I'm sure in no way could Israel or Israeli citizens be behind any of this. No, it's not possible. Okay. Now, I've been holding you off for like 5 hours. I don't know how any of you have made it this far, but great job, because you made it to the point where we're going to talk about a big, well, pretty big thing. That is Joe Biden doing his own research on Gaza and Palestine. It's truly a shocking development for, I think, many of us. If you haven't heard of it, brace yourself. We were watching some of this footage earlier today of Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and all the Bidens doing their thing, going to, shops in Massachusetts. Well, Joe, he stopped into a particular store, place where they sell books, I guess.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Yes, and he apparently picked up a book I was shocked to see him holding. If he's going to read this thing, he's going to learn some stuff. Let's see what Joe Biden's going to be researching here. Let's get into this finally. Here he is.
Any reaction to the bomb threats and swatting attempts, Mr. President, this week? The bomb threats against lawmakers and the swatting attempts against cabinet officials?
Just hold here.
I have no idea what Joe just said. What did he just say? I literally have no idea what he just said.
taking walks.
Stop here.
Okay. Great. Now, the book, which apparently people seem to think Joe was holding there. I'll give you a better look of it. I think there's like a good picture of both of these. Perfect. Yes. All right. So, here we go. Let's see if we can do this. Yes. Now, here is a zoomed in picture of the book which Joe Biden was holding on to. It's hard to quite make it out from here. Actually, there's a better resolution photo, I think. It's hard to see it. It's really hard to see here. But this is the book people believe that he has here. As you can see, they certainly look incredibly similar. Rashid Khalidi. And that's him. And we've actually, I think, seen some videos of this man here. He is a scholar and I believe a professor? Actually, hold on. Rashid Khalidi, he is an American. I believe he's a professor. What is his? But he's also, like I said, like a scholar, an academic, and he researches specifically a lot of Middle Eastern issues, I think, but also some global issues, I think. I think, yeah, all right. I think that's enough explanation on this, and I figured due to this we had to figure out what it was, generally speaking, that Joe Biden might learn here in his reflective research phase here, which I would argue is maybe a little late. Maybe you should have started picking up some books, I don't know, last year. But hey.
Palestine's modern history has been marked by displacement, apartheid, and now an
By the way, this was a conversation
genocide.
that Mark Lamont Hill had with Rashid. I think this was just a couple days ago.
The hands of Israel. As images of death and destruction continue to pour out of Gaza, has the world finally opened its eyes to the plight of the Palestinian people? And what's the historical significance of this moment for Palestine and for the wider region? This week on Up Front, I went to New York to speak to one of the preeminent historians of the Palestinian people, the Edward Said Professor Emeritus of Modern Arab Studies at Columbia University.
He is a professor.
Rashid Khalidi. Rashid Khalidi, thank you so much for joining me on Up Front.
It's a pleasure, Mark.
We've been witnessing a genocide in Gaza for over a year now. Israel has killed tens of thousands of Palestinians, with some estimates suggesting the numbers are considerably higher. Over 1 million people have been displaced. When you look at the major events in Palestine's history, whether it's the Nakba, whether it's the Suez Crisis, the 1967 war, all the stuff that shaped the region, just to name a few, where does this moment stand in that history?
Well, this is a continuation of some of those things. It's a continuation of the Nakba, of ethnic cleansing. But it's actually worse than any of the episodes that I can think of. A larger part of the Palestinian population was displaced in 1948 during the Nakba. But what has been done during this genocide in terms of the punishment that the civilian population is being exposed to is actually worse than any phase that I can recall of Palestinian history.
Wow. You mentioned the Nakba. You were actually born in 1948.
I was indeed.
The year of the Nakba. More than 700,000 Palestinians violently expelled from their homes for the formation of Israel. You had family living in Palestine at the time. You're in fact from a prominent Palestinian family with deep roots in the region and the national movement for self-determination. When you reflect on your family's experiences and the devastation that Palestinian families are feeling today, do you think history is actually repeating itself?
I think that what we're seeing now is worse than even...
I think it's fascinating to think that Joe Biden will be reading a book written by this man on the history of this very topic, chronicled by him from 1917 all the way up to 2017. I mean, you don't need the history past that to kind of get what's happening right now. I wonder if you'll be able to put any of this in context with current events.
My grandfather and uncles.
Or if it'll change anything between now and January 20th.
I mean, they were displaced. Yeah. Many people were killed. 15,000 Palestinians were killed. We've had 3 or 4 times that number killed in Gaza alone so far. So it is a continuation, but I have to say, I think it's in some ways even worse.
Why? Why worse? Is it just the sheer numbers?
They are deliberately killing huge numbers of Palestinians. This is not, accidental because there are human shields for whatever. This is a systematic attempt to make Gaza unlivable, to immiserate that population. Illegal. In 1948, they just killed people and drove them out. And, a massacre here, a massacre there. I'm not trying to minimize the horrors of 1948, but there were only 15,000 people killed. When the bodies are dug up from under the ruins of Gaza, the number that you quoted, tens of thousands, is going to be a fraction of the number killed. We don't know, and we won't know for a very long time. And the conditions to which the Palestinians have been subjected, this 1.5 million, almost 2 million people displaced again and again and again and again. I mean, this is unprecedented, even in Palestine's history.
You said the goal is to make Gaza unlivable. Mm-hmm. What's the end game there? Is it just resettlement? What's the goal? What can you imagine the calculus is there?
I mean, we know from the beginning of the war that the original objective was to kick as many people out of Gaza as possible. And to the disgrace, the eternal disgrace of the United States, the American Secretary of State went around to Egypt, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia and tried to get them to take people that Israel would drive out of the Gaza Strip. So the original objective was ethnic cleansing of as many people from Gaza as could be removed. What they're doing now is apparently clearing the northern part of Gaza, driving out as many people from there, turning it.
It's a great point to remember. There was diplomatic efforts to literally take ethnically cleansed Palestinians from the West
to a, right now, occupied zone and possibly later into settlements. We don't know. So I think that there's...
in a way, it's like we were trying to facilitate the ethnic cleansing of, say, the Rohingya in Myanmar.
Ample evidence from what Israeli leaders said, and from what the U.S. government, the Office of Management and Budget put into the appropriation bill for Israel that was actually passed, which included money for resettlement outside of Gaza. So the United States was going to help them to do this. We know that. That was the original goal. Now, they couldn't do it because Egypt wouldn't play along and Jordan wouldn't play along. But within the Gaza Strip, they seem to be forcing people into smaller and smaller areas. And again, that's what they did in 1948. They pushed as many people out of the area that they took during the 48 war. And that's what settler colonial projects always do. I mean, look what was done in North America, pushing Native Americans into smaller and smaller areas, the ones who weren't killed in the process.
Another piece of this is Lebanon. I mean, you, your wife, your children lived through Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982. How does that chapter relate to what we're seeing today?
I mean, there's similarities. There's an American green light. There are American resolutions, there are American vetoes of resolutions in the Security Council. The use of American weapons. I mean, there are a lot of similarities. Israel wasn't trying to colonize South Lebanon. Israel was trying to drive the PLO out, and Israel was perfectly happy to put militias, Lebanese militias, which had armed and trained and organized and directed, into refugee camps, as they did in Southern Hezbollah, to kill Palestinians. I mean, we know from discussions that were revealed between Israeli generals and Sharon and leaders of these militias, that the idea was to empty the refugee camps. So there are some similarities. On the other hand, 19,000 people were killed, most of them civilians, in 1982. I mean, we're probably well over triple that number right now.
And the end game now?
I think it's a moving target. They're going to get away with as much as they can. They're going to try and, in the Gaza Strip, empty as much of it as they can, of its Palestinian population, and take control of as much of the land as they can. In the West Bank, they're going to try and, again, squeeze the Palestinians into as small an area as they can and continue with this rolling annexation that's been going on basically for 57 years.
Yeah, and I mean, this guy's based. Like, he knows his shit. He's a fucking professor. This is basically his entire area of focus professionally. And I am real excited to see what comes from Joe Biden reading this man's book. If he manages to get through the whole thing, I think we'll have a completely different Middle East policy after all of this. So long as the dementia doesn't wipe it from his brain.
Wright has talked a lot, they've been a lot more vocal, I'll say, about this idea of greater Israel, maybe than I've ever heard before. If that goal were realized, we'd be seeing Israeli control of parts of Jordan, Iraq. I mean, Lebanon. How likely is that we'd see something like that?
I don't think it's very likely, but it's true. There are leading figures in the government and in the settler movement, which sort of runs the government, or at least it seems to take the lead in pushing the government where it wants. Talking about from the Nile to the Euphrates, we haven't heard that language almost ever in the last, 50, 40, 60 years. I don't think that's particularly realistic, frankly. I think they may have the intention of effectively taking over parts of South Lebanon, or controlling parts of South Lebanon, controlling it with fire, preventing the return of the people who they've driven out. Nothing is outside the realm of possibility, as long as the United States bankrolls it, arms them, and protects them in the Security Council from any sanction.
Yeah, vetoes any sort of...
One thing that can always help
repercussions,
minimize the harm, or one thing that can mitigate some of the...
Yeah. Wow. So yeah, this man wrote the book that Biden bought in Massachusetts and was seen walking out with it in his hand. What he will glean from 1917 written by Rashid here, who knows? But let's hope something, at least. We can only hope. All right, let's talk Syria. To Syria. But before we get into what's been happening here, I figured we should go back in time to 10 years ago. CBS Evening News. Obama asked for funding to support Syrian rebels.
The success of the extremist ISIS forces is pulling the Obama administration deeper into the Syrian civil war. ISIS now holds territory across northern Syria, and now that it's a regional threat, Mr. Obama is reversing himself and asking Congress for $500 million to support moderate Syrian rebels who oppose ISIS. Here's senior White House correspondent Bill Plant.
The administration's request for new arms and aid to the Syrian rebels is an about-face amid growing alarm over the gains made by Islamist forces in Iraq and Syria. President Obama has long been reluctant for the U.S. to become more involved in Syria. Just last week, he told Norah O'Donnell on CBS This Morning why he has resisted pressure to arm the rebels.
The notion that they were in a position suddenly to overturn not only Assad, but also ruthless, highly trained jihadists, if we just sent a few arms, is a fantasy.
The 500.
So yeah, we sent like $500 million to train Syrian rebel groups in Syria 10 years ago. They were supposed to use that money to train troops. That never really happened. None of the real goals that were ever really set out really happened either. And so shortly after, in, 2015, I think it was, the U.S. decided to stop doing that.
At the UN today, two world leaders about as far apart as two can be and still exchange a toast. Later, President Obama and Russian President Vladimir Putin met privately about their opposite views of the four-year-old war in Syria that has led to the rise of ISIS and set off an enormous refugee crisis. All of this on the same day that the Pentagon was forced to concede that a key part of the president's Syria policy is a dismal failure.
Okay. And yeah, always remember that the U.S. funded these, essentially these very rebels that we are now about to talk about. Also, apparently Turkey has gotten involved recently, a NATO country, and that Vladimir Putin was and has been involved, of course, and is a backer of Bashar al-Assad. Bashar al-Assad's family has been basically in charge of Syria for the last 60 years. So, and there's like at least six important groups to be aware of in Syria when talking about this country. Oh boy. All right. Let's go here. 2 days ago, sort of beginning of all of this, most recent news. This is showing the breaching of
Intense fighting in northwestern Syria over the last 3 days between government forces and rebels has killed 27 civilians, including children. That's according to a UN official who called the violence unfolding in Syria deeply alarming. Rebels launched an incursion on Wednesday into a dozen towns and villages in the northwestern province of Aleppo, which is controlled by Syrian President Bashar al-Assad's government. This rebel fighter said they liberated the whole western countryside of Aleppo and that these military vehicles are now in their hands. But the Syrian military said it continued to confront the attack and that it had...
Yes, they were continuing, but into the night, rebels continued to push further into Aleppo.
8 years after being forced out by Bashar al-Assad and his allies, Syrian rebels were again roaming the streets of Aleppo on Friday. Over the past week, opposition fighters have carried out a surprise sweep through government-held towns. Now, this rebel says Aleppo has been completely liberated. The attack, led by the militant group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, is the most significant challenge to Assad in years. The front line of the Syrian civil war has been largely frozen since 2020. But on Saturday, Syria's military said that dozens of its troops had been killed and that rebels had managed to enter large parts of Aleppo. Syrian and Russian warplanes are targeting rebels in a suburb of the city, according to 2 Syrian military sources.
Yes, and we will get to that shortly. But first, let's go and see what Global News had to say about this at the time.
Rebel forces in Syria have taken control of parts of the country's second largest city, Aleppo. The forces opposing President Bashar al-Assad carried out a surprise attack on government-held towns last week. The Syrian military says dozens of soldiers have been killed since the offensive started on Wednesday. Russia, one of Assad's key allies, has promised Syria's capital extra military aid to thwart the rebels. The rebel forces have reached Aleppo nearly a decade after being forced out. More than 500,000 people have been killed in the civil war that erupted after the government's crackdown on pro-democracy protests in 2011.
In the name of Allah, thanks to God we stepped into Aleppo after being away for 5 years or 7 years for displacement. By God's will and the efforts of the fighters, Aleppo is now under full control. God is the greatest, praise be to God. I am the son of Aleppo. I return to my city and my land, and my home will be the will of God, and we will not give up a single inch of the lands of Syria.
happening now, I think, for several reasons, but let me focus on two. One is that after the big defeat that Hezbollah and Iran faced in Lebanon and Syria, I mean, between Israel and Iran.
Okay, now let's talk more about those Russian strikes, because that's right, Russia heard about the rebels and decided to help out.
Now we start in Syria, where the country's military has acknowledged that parts of the city of Aleppo have fallen to rebels, and it sustained dozens of casualties in large-scale clashes. This was the centre of Aleppo in the early hours after Russian and Syrian warplanes bombed Islamist rebel positions there for the first time in 8 years in support of Syrian government forces. The rebels, led by the Islamist Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS group, are reported to have taken control of the majority of Syria's second largest city after launching a surprise offensive 4 days ago. The Syrian military says it's withdrawing from parts of Aleppo to regroup ahead of the arrival of reinforcements. Aleppo was the scene of one of the bloodiest sieges of Syria's civil war, a conflict which first broke out in 2011. The city hasn't seen fighting on this scale since a truce was signed by Russia and Turkey nearly 5 years ago. Let's hear from one rebel fighter who made it into the heart of the city.
After hard work and patience from the fighters, the city of Aleppo has been completely liberated, thank God. And by God's will, we will reach Homs and Damascus too.
Well, Middle East correspondent Lena Sinjab gave us more details about the Russian airstrikes.
If they were to take Damascus, that would essentially be the that would mean the fall of the Syrian government, essentially.
Have started on Wednesday by the jihadist rebels sweeping through several towns and cities, including reaching most parts of Aleppo. So it was expected that government forces and Russians to start some sort of defense, and that's what happened overnight with Russians' airstrikes against rebel forces, and this time in the city of Aleppo. We're still not sure quite where exactly, and if there are any damages and what are the death toll after these airstrikes. But this is a sign that both the government and the Russians have moved to push the rebels back, and we're still watching to see how this back and forth battle will unfold and who's...
Yeah, we certainly will be keeping track of all of that. Speaking of which, that was... yeah. Let's go to this. This is mostly footage from, I believe, from Sunday, essentially, like early Sunday.
These fighters have reignited Syria's civil war. A loose coalition of jihadist and secular rebels whose lightning advance poses the biggest challenge to President Assad in many years. Their prize, Aleppo, Syria's second biggest city, retaken by the government in 2016 and now back in opposition hands. Last night they tore down a statue of Hafez Assad, founder of the ruling dynasty.
Yeah, that's Bashar's dad.
His son and successor Bashar has used chemical weapons against his own people.
Or uncle? I can't remember. One of those two.
And this victory comes after almost 14 years of fighting, with hundreds of thousands killed and millions of refugees. I am back in Aleppo for the first time in 8 years, says this fighter. 8 years of the Assad family and their criminal machine. This was a statue of the president's brother. A rerun of the Arab Spring by the looks of it. But jihadists are once again in the vanguard here, some of them previously affiliated with Al-Qaeda. Their leader is widely designated as a terrorist, but to many living in these battlegrounds, he's no worse an option than President Assad.
We enter Aleppo as liberators, God willing, to end the oppression of the people. Advise all our brothers not to enter people's homes. It is essential that there are no violations.
The Syrian government says its army has made a tactical retreat to prepare a counterattack, but it's clearly abandoned both weapons and ammunition in a hurry.
You find it strange that the Western media is so sounds so triumphant about what is basically the victory of rebranded Al-Qaeda. I mean, you're not that far off from what we're talking about. You mean like you are dangerously close to reality right now. Can't have that.
I don't want reality.
Let's go here. But the fact is the West has a complicated relationship with old Bashar here. And, I mean, Syria has a complicated relationship with Bashar al-Assad. So I think the media struggles to know where to put themselves at. I mean, what does this even mean for the future of Syria? Hard to say. Hard to say. I think, at least in the immediate future, it means a lot more of this. And probably worse.
بوسط ساحة سعد الله الجابري بحلب.
We are in the Sa'ad al-Jabri square in Aleppo. Most of my neighbors in Aleppo City have been liberated. Okay. 13 years I have been displaced from Aleppo City. Damn your soul, Bashar al-Assad. As for the civilians, there is nothing that will happen to you. God willing, no one should leave Aleppo. Stay safely in your homes. We are here, and we are your siblings. We are from you and you are from us. God willing, we will liberate the entire province of Aleppo with this country intact. It is an indescribable feeling. My old brother was martyred here in Aleppo 13 years ago. Praise to God. Alright, this is from 11 hours ago? No. No, this is yesterday. This is yesterdoodle. We already watched this, I think. Let's go here. This is Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad meeting with Iran's top diplomat. As you can see, this is Iran Force 1, or whatever they call this plane. With Iranian diplomats arriving. And they're having a quiet, very quiet conversation. Literally inaudible. Oh, you're saying they have the mic off because it's important diplomatic talks. Okay. That makes more sense. I don't know how you can get much done whispering at that level. Alright, chat. Let's go here now. It's a BBC from 21 hours ago. I think. Isn't it? Could be. No. Associated Press. 10 hours ago. Wait, this is in the wrong order. Why is this in this order? Oh, because at one point we... Oh, I see what I did. Yeah, that's my bad. Yeah, this is actually more recent. From 10 hours ago. Showing army vehicles, essentially. Syrian army vehicles abandoned on the roadside. With people sort of celebrating. Outside, it just appears to be a civilian. Maybe it could be, I guess he could be a rebel, but, well, I guess, yeah, now I think about it, rebels can wear whatever they want. Alright, now this is Turkish forces fighting with Kurdish forces in Tel Rafat. This is in the north, I believe.
دخلوا اثنين بكسير
حاج مسافات بعيدة بين بعض تمام مسافة بعيدة بين بعضكم بعت لي يلا يلا اخوي يلا.
Syria is kind of in a fucked up spot. Let's be real. They are bordered by what? Israel, Turkey, Russia, Lebanon, Jordan, and Iraq, as well as Iran. I don't know. They're basically every single power nearby borders Syria. It's a fucked situation, which is why discussing it can be very difficult, and like understanding all of the powers involved, the regional stuff, the ethnic stuff, the historical stuff, all of it. This, yeah, so this is just showing skirmishes between these rebels and Kurdish forces in northern Syria, which technically govern the area. But as you may know, Turkey and the Kurds have a whole historical thing we're not going to get into right now, but I'm sure we're going to wind up talking about any time now. In the next week, it seems, I can feel it coming. We're going to go back and talk the whole, I mean, goddamn, we're going to go back like 20, 25, how many years now? Jesus Christ. Why are we World War IIIing so hard right now? Okay, let's go here to talk about the withdrawal of Syrian troops. This is BBC. Actually, hold on. I gotta skip one or two here. Get me to the right video. Oh boy.
The Syrian army says dozens of its soldiers have been killed by rebel forces who've captured the country's second largest city, Aleppo. It's the largest offensive against the Syrian government in years and has led to it withdrawing its troops from the city. The Islamist rebels have since made further advances on their fourth day of their lightning offensive and are now sweeping south towards Syria's fourth biggest city, Hama. Rebels celebrated in the streets of Aleppo. President Bashar al-Assad, who hasn't been seen in public since the offensive began, has promised to defeat the opposition fighters, describing them as terrorists. He said he would do so with help from his allies Russia and Iran. Greg McKenzie has this report.
Smouldering buildings in Syria's second largest city, Aleppo, tells of an unpredictable new chapter. The city, once a symbol of resilience, is now reeling from a fresh wave of destruction following a series of Russian airstrikes. The escalation comes as Syrian forces withdrew their troops from the city.
Oh right, Iran doesn't border Syria. It's on the other side of Iraq. Thank you for reminding me about Lefty. I got carried away there.
Picked in response to a surprise offensive launched by rebel factions 5 days ago. This is the most serious challenge yet to President Bashar al-Assad in years. It was a carefully planned attack. The rebels stormed back into Aleppo for the first time since Assad's army forced them out at the height of the war in 2016.
That statue refuses to be smashed.
No resistance.
I am the son of Aleppo. I return to my city and my land and my home by the will of God, and we will not give up a single inch of the lands of Syria.
Okay, okay. Let's go back to some more just raw footage of the area here. It's from 16 hours ago. Also in Aleppo, I believe.
الله أكبر ولله الحمد. نحن الآن على مدخل مدينة حلب بفضل الله تبارك وتعالى. هذه آليات النظام ودباباته.
You have family in Damascus, pals here? No shit.
وتعتدي عليهم.
Jesus Christ.
هم أبناء سوريا يحررون بلدهم من
الاحتلال الإيراني والاحتلال الروسي ومن ميليشيات حزب الله والميليشيات الطائفية. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Oh boy, they found the airfield supply closet over here. Oh good, missiles included. We don't want to forget those. This is footage of Russian airplanes carrying out airstrikes in Aleppo. From about 15 hours ago, this one got posted. Just gonna kind of go through these. It's chronological order, essentially, going from 11 hours to 9 hours ago. Kind of conclude the Syria talk. Is this Reuters now? I think so. No. What are those, candles? Let's go here to Reuters. This is the aftermath of more Russian shelling in the city.
Group the White Helmets on Sunday showed blown out buildings and vehicles in a residential area of Idlib and injured people being moved into ambulances. Military sources say Russian and Syrian jets struck the rebel-held city in the north of the country on Sunday, as President Bashar al-Assad vowed to crush insurgents who had swept into the city of Aleppo. Reuters cannot independently verify the date of the White Helmets video, although local reports said there were strikes in the area. At least 7 people were killed and dozens injured, according to rescuers at the scene. The Syrian army and its ally Russia say they target the hideouts of insurgent groups and deny attacking civilians. Idlib province has fallen completely under rebel control in the boldest rebel assault for years.
Okay, let's go here. This is getting very close to recent. This is 9 hours ago, showing footage of more Syrian rebels on the streets. Very dynamic situation if the Syrian army evacuates. More heavy clashes between, I think that's Turkey and Kurdish groups, I think is what you're saying.
هنيك وعدناهم ان ترفعت راح نحررها والحمد لله حققنا الوعد وان شاء الله وعدنا جاي الا بساحه دمشق أمويين بدمشق باذن الله تعالى. ان شاء الله الدموع الثانيه ما بنبكيها غير بساحه الامويين بدمشق.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, I don't see how there isn't going to be more at this point. And the Middle East is just going to shit. I know I'm saying World War III, and I'm not joking anymore about it. That was kind of like, I said it a couple of times in very trepidated sort of ways. But at this point, it genuinely feels like that's where we're at. It's not just the Middle East. It's also, you know, it's everywhere, seemingly. Not everywhere. It hasn't, all right, we're going too far now. But the amount of fighting has gotten so far, so out of hand, that, yeah, I don't think I'm going so far when I claim that we are at the beginning of what is World War III. This is the last video on Syria. We are going to talk more stuff, and it's not going to be the Middle East. That's right, because we're in World War III now. So, Middle East is going to be in the middle now. And not at the end. And perhaps rightfully so. But it's not the most, it's not just, it's just what I've decided at this point. Because of how insane things are, we're not going to end with the Middle East anymore. We're going to go to Asia now. So there you go. The reason why I've decided that, you can disagree with this, but it's because Russia is involved in this one. Right? Like, you could have argued that tangentially Russia was involved in the other Middle East stuff, but it's really hard to do. But now with what's happening in Syria, and Russia actively bombing Syria, we've genuinely, in my opinion, we've entered it. We've entered World War III because they have their own military front, and now they're engaging on other fronts in what is the other larger conflict on the planet. All right, now let's go to North Korea, where BBC News is asking the question: are North Korean troops fighting in Ukraine?
Would you jump up?
Ukraine says North Korea has entered its war with Russia in a fully fledged manner. The US says upwards of 12,000 North Korean troops have been deployed, primarily in Russia's Kursk region, where Ukraine has seized territory.
And based upon what they've been trained on and the way that they've been integrated into the Russian formations, I fully expect to see them engaged in combat soon.
The BBC has verified footage from inside Russia showing soldiers speaking Korean. Ukraine also says Russia is using North Korean missiles. There are many questions about North Korea's alleged involvement in this war. This is what we know. The conflict is primarily being fought in eastern Ukraine. Over 6,000 kilometers away is North Korea. It's one of the most secretive and repressive countries on earth. And in June, Vladimir Putin visited. He and Kim Jong-un signed a mutual defense treaty. Each country promised to help the other if needed. The relevance to Ukraine was clear. Even before this deal, in January, Ukraine released images which it said showed debris from a North Korean missile fired by Russia. Then in October, Ukrainian sources briefed Western media that North Korean troops were in Russia. The Kremlin responded. This seems like yet another fake news story, it said. A North Korean official called the reports groundless stereotype rumors. But later in October, Putin gave a different response at a summit in Russia, saying, "We have never doubted in the least that the North Korean leadership takes our agreements seriously. But what we do within the framework of this article is our business."
Fake news, our business.
We're starting to get glimpses of what that business might be. BBC verifiers looked at a number of videos on this. Several appear to be from a military facility in Syrievka, just over 200 kilometers from the North Korean border. This post shares a video which it claims was filmed there on the 15th of October. We can't confirm the location or the date. But in the video, we see men receiving kit and signing forms. BBC Russian says the kit is consistent with Russian uniform and a North Korean accent can be heard. The next video was definitely filmed in Syrievka, at the same facility. It's filmed by Russian soldiers who describe the men we see as new reinforcements. We don't know if they're North Korean, but we are sure of the location. This is how.
Whenever we're looking at images, we are looking for tiny clues, like you can see the badge right here. We think that's the Eastern Military Badge of the Russian Army.
That does look like it.
And look at the layout here. We can see a big open space, pathways, sort of one-story buildings. I think we're going to be looking at Syrievka and down in this corner where we can see those open spaces and pathways. What's more...
So yeah, they break it down here and essentially forensically investigate these videos. And to my, satisfaction, I think they established that these are in fact North Korean troops in Russia, in this region, which they're pointing out in what is essentially Yakutsk. And that they traveled across that massive country to get to the Ukrainian front line. Okay, now let's go south. South in Asia to Myanmar, as the Thai government is accusing Myanmar of having attacked Thai fishermen boats and illegally detained fishermen in open waters under international jurisdiction. Or actually, they might have been in Thai waters.
Ambulances were seen at the port of Ranong in southern Thailand after Myanmar's navy opened fire on a group of Thai fishing vessels on Saturday. The incident caused one fisherman to drown, while Myanmar authorities detained 31 crew members from one of the boats, according to a spokesperson for Thailand's defence ministry. 2 of 15 fishing vessels were fired at after they operated inside Myanmar's territorial waters near Ranong, the ministry initially said. But Thai Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra on Sunday questioned the claims that the boats had encroached into Myanmar waters, saying it was inconclusive. Thailand's authorities have protested the use of force during the incident and are in...
Yeah, and I mean, even if they had somehow encroached into Myanmar's waters, would that somehow justify firing on civilian fishermen? No, international law would say no. Not cool, man.
That's too much, man!
You see what I mean, though? I'm talking about World War III and sort of switching the format in which I'm doing all this, because it does feel like it's starting to expand and just take over the fighting just globally. It's very frustrating for me. I had a certain formula here, and we've switched it all the fuck up now. All right, we're going to end it with this, because it's Sunday Fun Day. In Australia. Oh my god, I just realized. Last video. You deserve this. That's right, you deserve that applause. You made it this far. Very, very far. Okie dokie. Let's talk about the technology powering Australia's Sydney Opera House. Ooh, that sounds fancy.
It's one of the most instantly recognisable buildings in the world. The Sydney Opera House, an architectural marvel that plays host to some 2,000 shows and 11 million visitors each year. Now at 51 years old, this UNESCO World Heritage listed performing arts space is more sustainable than ever. And today I'm going backstage to see the innovation at work behind the scenes.
It's science. This is building operations, which is where the nerve center of the Opera House is, really.
Whoa, look at this place.
It's around about 66,000 jobs that come through this office, which is manned 24/7. As you know, that's one of the busiest art centers in the world, which we basically don't sleep. So it's a hive of activity. This is where we control everything from the temperature around the building, waste management, all essential services, security services, HVAC, mechanical, you name it, it sort of comes out of this particular
what's
office.
in HVAC?
It's all monitored from here.
With
the Building
HVAC.
Management and
It's the
Control
same thing,
System,
or
BMCS for short. An interactive digital dashboard engineered by Honeywell. And one of the most crucial things for any theatre to get right, temperature.
You might have a audience that, you know, we try to maintain 22.5, but if we have a comedian come in, they might want it at 19 degrees.
I'm actually surprised by how much it's varying. Do people in better seats get better temperatures?
Unfortunately, chilly at the back. It's not chilly at the back.
Jokes aside, the house has recently been awarded with the highest
freeze out the cheap
6-star
seats.
performance certification by Green Building Council Australia in recognition as a global leader in sustainable practice. That's partly down to its fresh focus on air quality.
If we do have high pollution levels, we can close down the amount of outside air that we're bringing into the theatre. So as you can imagine, when we were going through those devastating bushfires, we were able to actually control the system to allow low levels of air to be able to come into the venues, enough to be able to maintain the system, but to be able to keep the conditions right for the audience and the artists that are performing on stage.
Over 1,400 different sensors are scattered all around the house, feeding live data back to base.
When we are operating in a comfortable, better air quality space, we are more productive, and even the facility wear and tear reduces greatly. So what the technology is really doing is it's looking at individual spaces every 15 minutes, and it's trying to optimize the energy consumption of that space.
Ah, so that's the temperature there that comes out.
That's correct.
Oh, I've just done something there.
That's all right. You just shut the whole building down.
I'll not touch it anymore. Time to move on and see some less sensitive instruments. Yeah, these'll do. At any one time, the Opera House can have up to 20,000 visitors. So keeping them all cool is a big challenge because as soon as they arrive, their body heat naturally warms up the venue. So its original engineers thought up a solution using what's right on their doorstep.
What we do is we take seawater in from the Sydney Harbour. They run around a series of hundreds of pipes around our domestic water. So that's how we take the temperature of our domestic water down, which in turn allows us to save energy. So we don't actually have to use electricity to be able to do that. We can actually use our seawater, which is one of the beauty of just being on the Sydney Harbour.
Being exposed to the elements has its disadvantages, especially when it comes to outdoor concerts. But the smart system is helping here too.
When wind speed gets up to certain levels, it activates a safety plan, for example, removing things off tables and knowing when to hold a show or an event or a performer coming on stage.
The software has helped the house reduce its water and energy use by 20% in the last 5 years, and is on a mission to become carbon positive by the end of the decade.
Well, lofty goals here in Australia. I hope they achieve them. And perhaps we can use some of these technologies in other places. Well, we made it through another one. It was long and difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. It's gonna be it for me tonight. But till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Buck, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brading, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoep, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped to produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can do just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Now, before we can start the Galactic Afterstream, there is an obligatory thing I must do on this here Sunday Fun Day. Something we do every Sunday. We recognize a particular group of patrons that have decided to go above and beyond galactically. That is the Galactic Benefactors. That's right. These people here have made the galactic life decision to become as galactic as possible. They said, okay, I could be a patron, but also, can I be more? Answer, yes. For just a few dollars more on Patreon, you can get even more sweet, sweet space benefits. Like this extra special shout out to all these super sweet people that you see behind me. All of them are truly fantastic, and their contributions help just a little bit more to get the Galactic News Network in the black. Something that has been a true labor of love. These people here, well, they've shown their galactic love by helping make sure that all that happens. Truly great, each and every one of them. Mark these names down in your memory, perhaps on a notepad. You have a chisel, maybe put it in stone, actually. Yes. All of them are just so, so great. Appreciate you all so much. I know times are tough, and not everybody can contribute galactically, and that's fine too. Your being here is also fantastic. But to those of you with some space cash burning a hole in your pocket, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. Now, to the Galactic Pool.